Hey, I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, May 4th, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, how are we doing? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. Energy's a little intense right now, isn't it? Okay. I want everybody to breathe, okay? I want everybody to just calm down. Cleansing breaths. Drink your water. Have you had some water today? When was the last time you took a deep breath? Okay? Here's the thing about it. Okay, I'm going to explain why you might be feeling a little meh, okay? So, you have to understand that when we're working through different energies, there are energies that work well together, and then there's sometimes energies that feel a little out of place. Now here's the thing that's important to recognize. We're coming out of a Scorpio full moon in Taurus season. And the thing about it, and the thing I just want to explain is Scorpio energy, absolutely beautiful, okay? Transformative, working through the context of change, working through a lot of like, and I want to point this out, like Scorpionic energy is very fast and direct. Taurus energy is more energy that moves through, that works through, like pushing into the context of things, or what I like to describe as like a force of effort that almost like feels like it's energetically perpetual. So we've got that. So we were already working through the fact that those two type of energies, and this is why I was identifying that this is a lot of the work, and I spoke about this over on the Mystic Meditation article that I wrote, that it's working into the context of prowess, and understanding that prowess is the ability to move things forward in positive directions. It allows us the ability to be able to identify what's energetically needed in circumstances and situations. And that's what's interesting about this full moon cycle. It's not the observation of having it's not the observation of having a persistent approach, but it's working through the perpetuity of being energetically adaptable, right? Because, and this is what we identify where we come into the context of expertise, because it's the observation of being able to recognize and understand what is effectively needed in situations. And the thing about this is, and this is why we come into the context of understanding ourselves is so energetically important, right? Because when we know our own tendencies, then we are better able to recognize the spaces or the places by which we're trying to effectively evolve and grow, right? It's literally the understanding of knowing thyself. Like knowing thyself is the ability to know and understand one's own vulnerabilities. And in the context of knowing one's vulnerabilities, you are able to effectively fortify through them. So it's the vulnerability that one is able to fortify through by being able to identify and recognize and be energetically prepared for circumstances or situations. And that understanding, and that's why I want to describe that some of this energy right now, it may feel a little intense because you have to understand, you know, Taurus energy and Scorpio energy, it's intense. Like the intensity is very similar. And to add to that right now, we're moving out of that full moon stage and we're also going through Sagittarian moon energy right now, which can bring forth a lot of that feeling of excitability or the spaces or places by which we feel the need to effectively rush through. So I want you to understand, and the best way I can describe how to navigate energy such as this is it's okay to rush forward so long as you're taking a healthy breath before, right? Because the observation of understanding, right? The observation of understanding what needs to be done quickly is fortified and recognized with the ability to effectively, like it's the feeling that one has and then the ability to kind of step back and energetically assess to be able to determine what feels like it brings the most clarity. And I feel like that's a lot of the work that we see that's happening right now energetically. The thing about it is it can sometimes create, and I'm just going to keep on reminding you guys about this, we still have a ton of planets that are sitting in Aries. We still have Jupiter that is in Cancer. And so I want to articulate that the one thing that one has to be conscientious about is the fact that that can create a lot of circumstances or situations by way of feeling very, very energetically sensitive, right? It's a highly sensitized energetic feeling to a certain extent. And the feeling, again, particularly when we have a lot of energy in Aries, the ability of recognizing the difference between feeling provoked and being provoked is the observation and the understanding as it relates to what one feels that one must be protecting. So I want you to be conscientious about that as we continue to navigate through this energy. Now we've got a Taurus new moon in Taurus season coming up. And the thing about that is that's also going to potentially feel like a very intense new moon. But the intensity that we see, particularly when we have a lot of that double amplification of the Taurus energy during a lunation cycle, is the observation of being able to feel energetically secure as one is working to effectively resolve or clear through things. So I want you to be conscientious about that. I'll be releasing an article about that shortly. This is having a different impact depending on whether you connect to masculine, feminine, or non-binary energy, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Now, in our reading on masculine, the last time we read, I want to describe the thing that we saw that was very intriguing had to do with the observation of the Ten of Cups that was rising up within both masculine and feminine energy. Now, it wasn't present in non-binary energy, but we're going to get to that in a moment. Because one of the things that we saw was that it was working through the headspace of both of those energetic fields. Now, for masculine, and this is what we have to understand, a healthy, it's a continuation, and this is what's so hard for those masculine energies that are working through healing. The understanding, and I know I sound repetitive on this, but I'm just going to keep on saying it because it bears repeating. A healthy manifestation goal is one that is shared by all. Okay, and the reason I say that is masculine energy. I know masculine energy that is healing. Here's exactly what I'm saying about that, right? And it was a conversation about what we observe and what it takes to create a safe space. And here's the thing about it that's important, and this is what you also notate. There's nothing secretive about a healthy, safe space. Okay, there's nothing secretive. There's nothing secretive about a safe space because it's the context by which one is working to be energetically protective of things that allows the space by which it's energetically expansive. The conscientious understanding that when we are energetically working to protect something, then we protect the thing that we work to protect is the context of a healthy manifestation goal that is energetically shared by all. It's a unifying thought that builds into it the ability to effectively share and expand upon this. And this is why we see that for a lot of the masculine energy right now, it could be feeling like a very volatile time because often, and this is a continuation of what we said, often the space, by the difference between being in the state of embodying something versus feeling protective of it is the fear that one is not connected to it. So even in the context by which we observe and recognize that some of the healthy masculine energy that's working upon understanding the self, it's understanding that, especially, I feel like it's even a conversation on masculinity, because you don't need, if you're embodying masculinity, you don't feel the need to protect masculinity at all costs because you are the embodiment of it, right? We only articulate upon the feeling that we need to protect something. And often in the space by which we feel protective of it, we identify the fact that we feel insecure within it because it's the observation of the projection that we feel in relationality to our connection to something that often makes us feel covetous of it. So that's why we see that for a lot of the healthy masculine energy, that observation of often seeing those that articulate upon the fact that the masculine energy is at threat, as if it could be, right? As if energy could be at threat. Energy can't be created or destroyed, but one's feeling or connection to it can feel energetically threatened. And often in the space by which one feels threatened upon the fact that something is in danger, does one identify or recognize the full force of the projection that one is bringing to it? Because it articulates the fact that one does not feel like one is embodying it, but one is working fastidiously on trying to create a connection to it that one does not necessarily feel inherently. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, right? That observation of being able to see the source of the insecurity and the energy that is articulating voraciously about how it needs to be protected, it's the observation of what the energy needs to be protected from. For feminine, and again, if you want to see the spread, you can go over to my stack. It's all up there. I've got the full photo there. The thing that was very intriguing about feminine's read was the fact that there was a huge amount of cards that were drawn in the unconscious space. And the thing about all of those cards that we were seeing that were arising in the unconscious space had a lot to do with the observation of feminine often feeling frustrated in the context of feeling like they're having to embody Atlas energy. And why does the feminine often feel frustrated in the context of having to embody Atlas energy? Because it is the observation of the unhealthiness of a culture or civilization that forces the feminine to only hold inherent value in one of feminine's phases. Feminine is a faceted experience, and the modality by which one moves through facets, you can tell and recognize the health of a society by how well they hold feminine in each one of their facets. So the toxicity that's potentially relevant or present in a society that only sees the value of feminine in their earliest phase is often indicative of a society that's still in their own child phase, because it's the energy that perpetually desires to see feminine as the energetic source of of needing protection. But again, when we articulate what we saw in masculine energy, that is often indicative of insecurity, that it speaks towards the infancy of a thought, because it's the infancy that desires, that sees feminine only from one facet, that often indicates the fact that feminine ends up feeling the sense of having to carry everything, or having to effectively perpetually be the mature energy in a room or situation, specifically because it creates the state of feminine having to try to occupy dual phases as at once, which is the modality of effectively having to feel the need to energetically regress instead of energetically progress. So it creates a lot of exhaustion in the feminine state, having to navigate circumstances or situations that make them feel that they're perpetually out of place, given the fact of the observation of recognizing the shape of the environment that they find themselves in. So that was something that was very interesting, and that was also being very indicative in terms of the placement of the cards, because a lot of the cards that we saw that should have been, right, a lot of the cards that we saw that should have been in the placement of the third, like the third pillar area, were not there. But that has to do with the observation of the feminine that often feels the sense of having to be hyper independent, not out of choice or desire, but out of need of navigating perpetual trauma towards the energetic frequency. Now, this brings us to the non-binary energy. And so what was interesting that we saw in the reading that we did for non-binary was understanding, and I was trying to explain this, and you can go back if you want to see the recording on it, that often we see the combination of cards. And even though they're different cards, they basically communicate the same thing effectively. It's the same message. Like, you can have the same message coming through in different cards. And the reason I bring that up is because what we effectively observed that was happening with the combination of, in the masculine space, the Temperance card in combination with the Hermit card that was that was coming through, was pretty much approximately the same to what we are identifying with the Hermit card in its reversal, moving towards the Nine of Wands in its reversal in the unconscious of the non-binary space, which is basically, and I don't necessarily mind seeing a Hermit card in its reversal, because it's the observation about, it's the observation of understanding that being energetically protective about things is often indicated or articulated upon how we ourselves navigate through the appreciation that we are energetically receiving, or the way that the way that we're held, the way that we're perceived. And what's interesting about that, and we've been kind of talking about this, is that for a lot of the non-binary energy, I feel like it's working through a very complicated relationship with one's own trauma, right? And this is often what happens with those that are healing from trauma. It's the observation of recognizing the strength that we found in having to energetically overcome something, but having the profound preference of preferring not to have to undergo something in order to heal. And this is effectively what we identify, because it's the observation about the recognition point that Healing does not need to be an endurance test if we build a world that is effectively focused upon the advancement of the healing journey, understanding that that is one that is not identified upon being too much in one's egoic state, but the state by which one is trying to effectively grow and share something in a bigger, on a bigger scale or in a bigger way. So that's why we see, I feel like there's something very important there in relationality to energy, identifying the prioritization point on why being able to understand that uniqueness is such a gift. Because when one holds one's uniqueness as precious, then it changes one's perception on the world, because it's the observation of understanding that that uniqueness is a gift. And for a lot of the energy, that ability to effectively recognize or identify or work through things, having even to navigate situations by which they effectively felt reviled or harmed in the space by which they were holding their uniqueness preciously. It's the understanding that the love that we put towards ourselves is never negative so long as it's energetically reciprocal. But having, and this is the thing about it that one has to be conscientious of, reciprocal identifies the state or space by which we effectively articulate or navigate what we ourselves are trying to bring forth within our own lives, and the same conscientious effort that we're trying to apply in other circumstances or situations. So I feel like for a lot of that energy, it's working on the continuation of recognizing what it means to have healthy boundaries, which is when one is working through boundaries, you sometimes experience those modalities or situations by which one has pushback, but it's the observation of the pushback that feels warranted, that allows one to be able to fortify or articulate upon something in an even better way, right? It's almost like the pushback that serves as example to an it's like, and that's what's wonderful about having a standard. Like, you have a standard, you hold it, and then you encounter a boundary, and then you're like, oh look, you're like their perfect example, right? And so I feel like there's something very important there, but it's complicated. And I feel like for a lot of the energy, that observation of building into the recognition of relationality or the relationships that they themselves create or perceive or see around the self, I feel like it's them, and I keep on getting it's the same. It's very similar to some of the energy that we saw in the masculine space, which is when something is healthy, we're very eager to energetically talk about it, right? It's something that potentially, and I keep on seeing the desire to energetically talk about something, but talking about it, something in a way by which another person, but not in the space by which one feels that one must, because it's the observation of recognizing the desire of another to understand, versus the energy that often, I keep on getting the difference between understanding versus energy that I keep on seeing asks, that goes through provocative inquiry, or the space by which another person isn't necessarily listening, but is waiting to hear something so that they themselves can effectively like speak over or identify or recognize what they themselves are trying to communicate. So I think it's interesting, because I almost feel like for a lot of that energy, it's the understanding of building into the selectiveness of conversation based upon another's receptivity to the concept of what a conversation actually is supposed to be. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, May 21st at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in those classes is make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletters there, which let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule, and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards in article form. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we experience. I'll be writing one shortly on the new moon we've got coming up. I finally want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you, because it is going to hit everybody a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're also doing a giveaway for the highest gifter over on the Clock app between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. For those that are joining us across the other apps, if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitle you to the same benefits that I've articulated for subscribers, as well as a free 1-card reading each day. And for those who are joining us over on INSTA, I would love to be able to start offering the same membership benefits, but I need your help with that. We have to get to 10,000 subscribers there before we can offer memberships. So if you guys can make sure to give me a follow there, and I will thank you with an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there and would like an affirmation, just go ahead and share this live with 3 individuals and comment shared, and I'll be happy to give you one as well. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Guys, please also welcome our moderator, K. Megan, in for the day. Thank you, K. Megan, for all of your help. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. Grand Rising, Siobhan, good to see you. How you doing today, Minnie? I've got you on the list. Welcome, Yaz, a 4. It's all right. We'll try to get you higher than that. Hi there. Yesterday I had to remind myself to breathe at least 5 times because I was holding my breath so much. I'm telling you, this energy can do a little bit of a number on our systems. So make sure that you're resting as needed. Make sure that you're hydrating more than you typically would. It's very dry energy. Adam, thank you for those gifts. Welcome. Hi there, Bridget. Good to see you today, and thank you for sharing the live. Hi there. Excellent. It's okay, Kay. I know what you meant. Yeah, it's okay. It's the energy right now. Absolutely. And thank you so much for those heart me's. Friends over on the Clock app, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal oracle card on top of your free 1 card today. Grand Rising, we travel. Oh, sending good energy right back to you as well. Oh, I didn't see it, Bridget. Oh, nuts. It's okay. It was cute. And thank you for the tiny dandelion, Bridget. I appreciate you. Good to see you today, Purr. And thank you, Two Birds, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, no, Nicole. I'm sending you so much support. Oh, my dear. Oh, sending you so much support today, dear. Absolutely. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Thanks for the update that Yeshua's on their way back, Alexandra. But you said turn your sides to Yeshua. So can you clarify what you mean by that exactly? I'm a little, also there's no need to, again, the all caps seems a little intense. Okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Ayami, for the compliment. I'm sending Cole, I'm holding you so close right now. I'm sending you so much support, dear. Hi there, Spiral. How are you doing today? Good to see you. It's been a minute. How are things? And thank you so much for sharing the live. Erica, I have no idea what you've written there, so I just want to refer you back to, so please make sure that you're taking a look to our code of conduct that's listed. It's pinned up over at the top of my profile. We have a very firm rule about posting non sequiturs here or anything that might be alarmist or trying to create a sense of fear. So if you could just please make sure that you're being clear in terms of what you're communicating, I would appreciate it so that we don't have to mute you. Thank you. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Kay. No, Kay, yeah, you listen, yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. And thank you for doing that work. Hi there, Bridget. It's gonna be different depending on the person. You know what I mean? Because and we're going to kind of talk a little bit about that too. I mean, it's going to feel, we're going to have a lot, like whenever we're going through Jupiter and Cancer, like it's going into, it's like plumbing the depths of the past. So there might be a lot of that coming up too. But you know, it's going, and actually we're going to be doing tarot astrology today, so we're going to talk about how it might be impacting everybody in a different way. Yeah, it's definitely liminal energy. That's a good way of describing it. Oh, I'm so glad things have been going well, Spiral. Good to see you, dear. Absolutely. Good to see you as well, Lucas. Absolutely, and thank you. Hope you're having a beautiful day as well. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. and you can book private readings on over on the tree that is being sent in my bio. Now, a couple of things to keep in mind today. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, we'll be doing a giveaway right now between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read, free reading for the highest gifter. Absolutely. The list is not full yet today. We are actually at 4. So if anybody wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for. I will go ahead and read the list for anybody who's interested in getting on it. I'll also point out if there's anybody on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list today, just go ahead and let me know the date that you are added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. The list we have right now, just confirming it here, we've got K. Megan, we've got Per, hold on a minute, and we've got Bianca. And so if there's anybody else who'd like to be on the list right now, let me know. I'll be happy to add you. And just a reminder to those who are joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today by my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. We are going to get started on today's daily collective, but before we do so, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles. Oh, Mel, thank you for letting me know, dear. I appreciate you. Let me include you as well. I thank you, because I saw one coming through and I didn't get a chance to write it down. All right, Melissa, I have you on as well. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. Before we get started on today's daily collective, though, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animals, Spirit and Bridget. Thank you for getting on the list as well. Excellent. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 2nd. I appreciate that, Bridget. Thank you. You'll be the 6th person read for. But before we begin, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animals, Spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the swan. We'll do that again after the next reading. I saw a lot of individuals posting. Birds. So, Lucas, you got to stick to one animal. Okay, we talked about this. You got to pick one, and that's how it works. I like the fact, listen, I deeply appreciate that your guys are trying to game the intuition check by putting a lot of different animals in, but then it just makes it a speed round, okay? I know, I still want a shirt with that. What is that? I think you said I love winged creatures. I have Aquarius 5 times in my chart. This rules don't apply to me, that's fair. I like it. Here's the thing, and that's very Aquarian of you to say, right? As long as you can, you're like, I will technical my way through this. Okay, I will technical my way through this. I appreciate that. Absolutely. I'm guilty of spamming birds. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Spamming birds. You will never get me. Grand Rising, Adina. Good to see you. Guys, I did a beautiful, guys, make sure, head over to Adina's page. I had a beautiful interview with Adina a bit of a time back. If you want to catch that podcast between me and Adina, you can find it over on her site or over on my page as well, over on the stack. Good to see you today, dear. I've been guilty. We've all been guilty of spamming birds at some point. All right, my friends, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective. We're going to be doing a tarot astrology, but just a reminder, there's so majestic. Just a reminder, if you want to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 6th person read for. If you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you were put on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. There are a lot of birds in the day. But that's why you have to be specific, and that's why you have to pick. We got to go through this, okay? It's an intuition check. It's not, you have to pick a specific thing. And that's, I know that's not even including the dragon. That's true. The dragons also have wings, except for the earth dragon. All right. It is a good card. And I think, but honestly, and I got to point this out, Siobhan, I think it's very good to navigate the combination force of like the Taurus Scorpio energy, which is like the work by which something seems effortless is understanding all of what goes into it to make something energetically seamless. You know? I feel like that's offensive to birds, Per. Okay. Good to see you today, dear. All right, my friends. I think the intuition check should just be shapes at this point. We cannot listen, okay? Your feedback is appreciated. Okay. Your feedback is appreciated. I'll take it into consideration, Bridget. And Aileen, thank you for the follow. Oh, thank you, dear. Absolutely. Don't say that around the birds, exactly. Aileen, I'm afraid I don't do medical readings here. But I'm sending you so much support on that journey. And if you'd like to stick around, we are going to get started on the tarot astrology for each sign. So potentially there's something in related to that that'll be supportive to you on your journey. How you doing today, Kath? Good to see you. I know, and I appreciate that honesty, Lucas. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Reader support and readers. Absolutely. Okay, my friends, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective. Before we, if you guys can do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. I'm going to be trying to address that this week. It's been a busy month. Bridget, it's not the fact, here's the thing, it's not the fact that I don't have one. I'm in the process of wanting to move it. So I don't want to give it to you until I've moved it, because then I'll give it to you and then I just have to give it to you a second time, which seems silly. So but thank you for reminding me. Okay. All right, my friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Before we do begin, though, we do have Bianca. I just want to confirm you did get on the list before we started the Daily Collective, so that does give you priority. Did you want to have your reading before we start the Daily Collective, or did you want to wait until after we've done the tarot astrology? Oh, that's kind of you, Lucas. No problem, Per. You know how it goes here. Everything's well, Miranda. How are you doing today? Excellent. Exactly. Thank you for sharing the live, Lucas. I appreciate you. It's entirely up to you, dear. It's your reading. Oh, buon compleanno, Miranda. Excellent. I hope you're having a lovely one. All right. So you just let me know before we get started right now, Minnie. If you'd like to do it now, we'll definitely dive into it now or after. Let's go ahead and do it for. Okay, perfect. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question and it's inside tea? Absolutely. Did you already post it? Okay, perfect. How long is it going to take? Because if it's going to take some time, then we can always read for it afterwards. I don't want to rush you in posting about it. Hi there. How are you doing today, Roy? Oh, perfect, Minnie. I appreciate it. I got it here. 1 second. All right, so I do have some inside tea here I need to read before I get started on this reading. Just a reminder, if you ever have information that you feel is relevant that you want to share with me but you don't want collectively shared, you can always post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in a private message directly to me. So as I read over the information related to this read, I will give you guys a hearth warmer, so something to speak on as I read over this. How are you working on being how are you working on being a better teacher? Either a teacher to yourself. All right. I'm going to take a moment to read over. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Okay. Mm-hmm. I understand. That's a lot. That's a lot happening there. First and foremost, I'm sending you a lot of support on that journey. Okay. One, that's a beautiful answer to that question, leaning into grief that teaches. Thank you for sharing that message. Yeah, I got you, Minnie, but I'm also going to say, like, I don't know if you heard what I was reading for in terms of giving the summary in terms of feminine energy right now, but like, I would refer you, if you did not catch the last collective we did for masculine, feminine, non-binary, I want you to definitely make sure that you're referring to that as well. Oh, I'm trying to be a better teacher to myself by working on patience. That's beautiful. Yeah, it's okay. So here's the thing about it, Kay. If the question is hard, you can always sit with it. Excellent. All right, we're going to get started on this reading right now. And before we start the reading, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. How are you doing today, Star Queen? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the air dragon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin what a sharpest attack today, as always. I'm allowing myself to become my own teacher by getting the perfectionist in me off my own back. Okay, what a beautiful response to that question. And I'm going to pin up Minnie here, guys. Make sure to give Minnie some love. Okay, can I get, and you've got, can I get 4 cards for Minnie, please? 2 more. So I feel like there's something very important that, and I have, the thing about this is, I'm going to refer you back to our previous reading, because this isn't the first time we've read on this. And the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to reading upon this has to do with the recognition or the understanding. And there's something here that I feel like is really important, which isn't something that you brought up. It's not something that you brought up in the message that you sent me, but I feel like the context by which it needs to be addressed, which is making sure that the energy around you is consistent with their manifestation goals. Because here's the thing about it. Working into the context of being consistent with manifestation goals is often the space by which we make situations or circumstances easier for those around us to be able to energetically facilitate towards. And the thing about that, and you'll often notice this in terms of the quality or condition. And this is how you can usually, and I want you to understand, I'm not sure where this is coming through, but I feel like I have to bring this forward to you. The difference between understanding and recognizing, the difference between fickleness and adaptability is the observation of being able to recognize and understand. And this is if you're ever wondering, right? If you're ever wondering if somebody's being fickle or adaptable, pay attention as to whether the manifestation goal is fixed, right? Because when somebody is working towards a manifestation goal, it should be a learning process, right? It's the context by which another person is learning to expand or learning to energetically grow, right? And so that's the modality by which we feel the positivity in terms of being patient with another, because it's the observation of giving another person the space to effectively reach the place by which we aspire and desire them to move towards. However, it's very difficult to build in a consistent way with someone who has a fickle manifestation goal, which is the observation goal of them. And the way you can tell is like the observation goal becomes it's here, it's there, it's everywhere. It's like follow the dancing manifestation goal, because it's one by which it's perpetually changing rather than expanding. So that's the first thing I'm seeing that needs to be effectively addressed in relationality to making sure that the work that you're doing is unified, to make sure that you and everyone around you are effectively on the same page in terms of what the direction is. And this is often why the identification point of healthy planning is so positive or so effectively healing, because it's the effective work that we do to articulate and build into the context or the recognition of our own valuation of understanding, because it's that conscientious effort of working through the observation of what it is you're trying to do that helps you identify the difference between you doing all of the work, right, versus you doing your share of it. Now, that is what I effectively see needs to effectively occur in relationality to some of the energy around you. Because I feel like, and this is what I keep on seeing in terms, and it's funny too, because I have both of these animal oracle cards here, and I feel like the reason they were here is necessary, because you have to understand that the space by which we might not, and this is what you'll often see, sometimes we don't necessarily understand the way another goes about things, but we understand that we're moving in the same direction. We understand that that manifestation goal is clear. And so your ability to articulate a plan tells you everything you need to know as it relates to what's moving in a healthy direction. Because if you're in the space by which you are articulating and identifying what that plan is, then the only sound you should effectively hear is, how can I help? What can I do? Right? Not the context by which another person is asking you perpetually to make energetic changes around something. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because the thing I keep on seeing is I feel like your manifestation goals are becoming much more clear. And the modality by which you even identified or articulated that you're trying to build a manifestation goal that is mutually satisfying for everyone around you, right? If you're doing the work to identify and say, like, look, this is what the manifestation goal is that I've come up with, it feels like it would make everybody the happiest. But recognizing that when we're working in terms of unifying on everybody's happiness, there's always a portion of displeasure that comes with it, because it is that it's working through that adaptability. It's working through that rigor, as it were, that allows one the capacity to understand and identify how, like the fact by which we navigate a little bit of energetic displeasure, because that energetic displeasure is literally the sound of us working cooperatively, right? Because it's not the space by which we effectively identify or recognize something that we're doing, by which we have to be the energetic priority. So I want you to kind of make sure that you're seeing that in relationality to how others are working through seeing you doing everything you possibly can to navigate others' expectations. Because bottom of the deck on this, right? Often the space, like the space by which we often recognize or identify what needs to heal is based upon, I keep on hearing, the difference between, right? And the difference between an expectation versus an appreciation, which is the modality by which another doesn't take something for granted, but rather builds into the context of understanding and seeing the work that we ourselves are working to achieve. And I feel like it's hard right now, because you might find something there that is devastating to see. And I keep on getting, like, the one thing that you need to keep reminding yourself of is, if you're doing that work, the sound you should hear is appreciation, because those, like, the appreciation of the effort in terms of you trying to navigate something should not feel, right, should not create the space by which another is trying to articulate or or navigate the space by which they're taking it personally, but rather observing how much you're working on their behalf to try to do something in a way that you've never done it before. So it's okay for you to have sharp feelings if it doesn't feel like that's occurring, because those sharp feelings, like, are, like, I want to say, like, to a certain extent, it feels almost like your own guides that are articulating to you that it's healthy to have boundaries, because when you're navigating the fact that you're trying to do something in a better way, then that conversation is the ability by which you can talk to another, right? Have the healthy conversation if it feels like someone energetically overstepped, right? Because it's that, I keep on getting, it's that conversation that effectively helps to navigate whether, right? Like, whether another is energetically meaning to, or if it's something that they're not necessarily aware of, right? So allow the conversation to guide whether that's a possibility in terms of whether they can move towards that manifestation goal with you, or if they're going to continue to see you working in that way and perpetually taking it personally. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today. The list is open. You will be the 5th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. So the thing about it, Minnie, and it's interesting too, because it would almost require, from everything I'm seeing, because there's so many energies involved, it would almost require a particular reading for each one of those energies, because it's saying to me, like, that's the thing about it, like, I see all of those energies trying to point you in different directions. And I feel like the thing that the best way I can describe it is the energy that's best for you is the energy that trusts you, that you know what direction is best, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? I hope that, I know it's tiring, because I can already see, I can almost feel a lot of that vibration in terms of having to navigate, right? Like literally, like that observation of seeing something. I keep wondering, the observation of understanding that something is changing and it's a cause for celebration will tell you everything you need to know in relationality to whether the energy is ready to heal with you, or if there's some healing work that's needed there. And thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear, and wishing you so much support on your journey. Hi there, Dada. Good to see you. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. We said for okay, amazing. She's going to take the intuition test away now. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that, Lucas. And thank you, dear. Mocha, thank you for the follow as well. Have a beautiful one, Spiral. You're so welcome, dear. How you doing today, Snowboy? You know, the hard part about it is, like, and that's what I keep on getting, you need to talk to them about what their manifestation goals are. I feel like you need to sit, I mean, like that's what I said, you have to kind of sit everyone down and say, like, look, this is what seems like would be my ideal, but what's your ideal? And I feel like it's almost like having personal conversations with them. Have those personal conversations, understand what, like, how you can focus upon, like, understanding and recognizing, like, what is possible versus what is impossible. Yep, we're going to get started right now for those who are waiting for Tarot Astrology. Hi there, September Virgo. Oh, you did. You know, it's so congratulations. I've been talking, so we've been doing we were doing the harmonic energy updates, and I was talking about the fact that there were a lot of deepening connections that were occurring, this weekend. Absolutely. Excellent. Yeah, like it was basically the space that we experienced, like the space that we experienced between the new moon and the full moon. Absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. So we are going to get started on, we're going to get started on our daily collective. Just a reminder, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Also, when we get to 50K likes, I'm going to be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, you just need to let me know the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. Oh, Bridget, that's so beautiful. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, dear. Excellent. Okay, and just a reminder to those who are joining us across the other apps, if you would like to get on the list right now, the list is also open. You can do so versus by the same methods. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, please remember that your membership there entitles you to the same benefits that I'm articulating as for subscribers, which means a discounted rate on the readings as well as a free card each day. I would like to be able to offer that over on the place where we keep the photos. I need your help with that, guys. So if you're following us there and listening, make sure to give us a follow. And if you're, and I will give you an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. If you're already following us there and you would like an affirmation as well, just share this live with 3 individuals and comment share. I'll be happy to give you that card as well. That said, and guys, before we begin, please thank Kay Megan for all of their help moderating today. Deeply appreciated. No better time than the present, though, in terms of getting started on this reading. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your tarot astrology for today, Monday, May 4th, 2026. We are going to get started on our tarot astrology today. We are going to begin with, we're going to get started today with Aries. Can I please get 3 cards for Aries? 3 cards. What do we have coming through for Aries right now? 1, 2, and 1 more, please. 3. Aries, what do we have coming for you this week? We've got here the 8 of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Sun card in its upright and the Death card in its reversal. Okay, let's go through it. What are we effectively like? The thing I want to describe right now is I feel like there's something very odd happening with Aries right now. And it's basically, I feel like I see Aries following their bliss in a way that they haven't before. And the thing about it is, and here's the thing about, and here's the thing that's wild about it. Following our bliss, potentially for Aries, can often be a form of protection, right? Because here's the thing about it, and this is the thing that Aries understands deeply. As long as your bliss is not hurting another person, then it's not another person's business, right? Like, that's all there is to it. Like, that's all you get. Like, that's what you get with that. Like, that is literally, when we are looking at these cards right now for Aries in terms of this astrology, like, that's basically what we have. This is like, I'll just read it out. We've got the 8 of Wands here, right? With the Sun card in its upright and the Death card in its reversal, which is basically stating, right? If Aries is literally not doing anything beyond following their bliss and trying to create more bliss, then if it's not bothering another person, then it shouldn't be their business. But you'd be surprised, right, Aries? Like, this is often, like, I want to point out, and I don't understand why, I don't understand why others don't recognize that there is literally, like, be wary. Like, when you see an Aries doing nothing but following their bliss, leave that Aries alone. Like leave them alone. Because here's the thing about it. Do you know how long it's taken? Do you know how long it's taken Aries to be able to identify and work through the space of finding their bliss in the first place, right? And this is why you'll often see, and this is what I like about this, and this is why we talk about the difference between healthy Aries energy are bliss protectors, which is the modality by which, that's why we always articulate the fact that, like, Aries are like the bully's bully, because Aries are like, Aries have like they when they see somebody that's not doing anything but trying to, like, be in a blissful state, and then another person being up in their feels about it, right? That's projection. That's literally what makes the world a miserable place. So I feel like that's a lot of, I feel like in a way, this is a lot of Aries energy potentially coming through this week and being very energetically protective over bliss makers is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. Because, and here's the thing about it, like there's a lot of trauma here, you know, and I want to speak upon this. Like, this is the thing about it. Like, Aries are often in the space. You have to understand, Aries are often in the space by which they don't like to talk to others about their business, right? Like, you just kind of work through it. And here's the thing about it. You work through it exactly because of circumstances or situations like this, is what I keep on seeing, right? The modality or the experience by which, and you'll often see this within Aries, which is Aries will sit there and they'll be tight-lipped, and another person will be like, what are you doing? And Aries will be like, I'm minding my business, right? And then another person looks at the Aries and is like, you should open up more. You're kind of like you're kind of, you're kind of like sealed shut. But this is often why we see Aries that get very frustrated in relationality to circumstances or experiences like this, because this is the energy that often navigates or works through scenarios by which they see, right? And you'll often see this, right? You'll often see Aries are very aware of seeing like what happens or what occurs in the space by which another person is just trying to be vulnerable, right? And that's often why you ever want to see an Aries like curl their hand into a fist real quick. It's the modality or the experience by which Aries sees somebody, like like the word defenseless, right? That often feels like a call to arms, because Aries is always holding their punch back, right? Aries is always like, there's never an experience by which Aries isn't pulling back a punch unless, right? Like, unless they see a situation by which another person is hurting someone that they observe as defenseless. You will suddenly see, you will see that warrior come out of an Aries so quick that it'll make your head spin. But here's the thing about it. Aries knows that there's usually, it's very similar to Leo, being like, what occurred, right? Like, what occurred that brought that forth? And that's the thing about it. Like, Aries, like, I feel like in a way, it's Aries getting better at expressing. Like, it's like, I see Aries being like, I feel like it's Aries, like, cracking their knuckles in terms of, like, articulating, being like, all right, let me tell you the story. Let me explain. Like, it's a little bit of that type of energy. I feel like Aries is like preparing a statement for the fact that they're about to go off on someone, which I love about that. Like, I love the fact that Aries like knows themselves. A good Aries knows themselves so well, being like, oh, here we go. All right, we're gonna continue right now. The next person, the next time we're reading for today is Taurus. Can I get 3 cards for Taurus? First card flow. Oh my goodness, what's going on? These cards are moving way too fast for Taurus. Never. I have never seen these cards fly out so fast for Taurus. This one, they're all over the place. It's weird. Yeah, how you doing there? It's weird. It's weird energy. And I gotta express this. So the thing I want to identify that may be occurring right now, and the best way I can describe this for those with Taurus placements, and you've probably experienced this has been a rough period of time for Taurus placements. I'm going to explain to you why. Because with having so many planets in Aries, right, literally feels like, and this has been happening for quite some time, it literally feels like, for a lot of the Taurus energy, like someone like having their finger like hovering over your own trigger, right? It's like, and when you feel that sense, like when you feel like somebody having a finger over your own trigger, right? It can bring out a lot of feelings. But the thing about it is, I have to express this. Taurus has been going through this for like the last year or so, right? And the thing about it, and I think in a way, and it's interesting too, because you'll recognize that we identified that the last, like the last energetic series that we were kind of going through was very cathartic and very healing to Aries placements, right? Because Aries have been healing their relationship to emotions, which is somebody being like, you're being very emotional right now. And Aries is like basically like, yeah, I love my emotions. I'm very aware of when I'm emotional. Because when Aries becomes aware of when they're emotional, then those emotions are just as important, right? They're not apologizing for them. They're articulating upon them. And so I feel like to a certain extent, there's something right now that I see that's happening for Taurus placements that may feel, I want to describe this, it may feel healing, but it may feel healing in a way that feels uncomfortable, is the best way I can describe it, right? Because and the way that it feels, that because it's Taurus, you're getting more comfortable with being uncomfortable and understanding the difference between discomfort, like the way one becomes better at being vulnerable is the modality by which one becomes more comfortable with being the vulnerable self. So I feel like there's something very nurturing and healing there. But even in the context by which it's nurturing or healing, I feel like it's also potentially, I feel like there's a lot of experiences by which the like Taurus energy may be going through the observation of what may have occurred when they were not in as vulnerable a space as they presently are. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Knight of Cups in its reversal. You know, the hard part that we often see with a Knight of Cups in its reversal has a lot to do with working through the observation or the context in order to try to articulate and understand and navigate the space of our own energetic choices, right? Because when we take accountability for our choices, beautiful things occur because it's the modality by which we effectively, like, it's the modality by which we don't effectively operate in the context of not desiring to look at something or not avoiding it, but rather the space by which we effectively observe and understand why we are seeing the things that we're seeing. And I feel like in a way, there's something about this that feels almost like a maturation process because I either see that this is Taurus energy communicating that to another by way or by shape of their own experience, or simultaneously being able to articulate and amplify their own emotions in a way that they haven't before because they're getting comfortable with the discomfiture that may be found as one is experiencing that. Continuing to get clarification, moving through, all right, this card's coming back out. All right, not going back in the deck. Okay. The next sign we're reading for right now is Gemini. Can I get 2 more cards for Gemini, please? Okay, these cards are also very interesting right now. Wow, okay, Gemini, we've got a 7 of Cups that is in its transverse, in combination with the Sun card in its upright, in combination with the 8 of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about what we are seeing there, because I think that there's something important that I see that's happening right now for Gemini. And I want to describe, and here's the funny thing about it, I'm going to point out. I feel like Taurus is getting better at communicating upon their emotions. It's the opposite for Gemini right now. Here's the thing with Gemini, and Gemini, you understand this deeply. Not everything needs to be talked about. And you have to describe this, and I'm going to say this, Gemini understands sometimes right? Sometimes the most toxic energy around you is the energy that insists that it's good to talk about something that one is not inclined or ready to unpack, right? And here's the thing about it, and this is what I'm getting with Gemini, and I feel like this is Gemini being very corrective upon it in some way, because the modality by which another person says, like, oh, it's good to talk about things, I feel like I see Gemini being like, no, because that is also non-consensual. It's pretty non-consensual, isn't it? When another person tries to just articulately, flatly say, it's good to talk about things, right? Because if another person isn't ready to talk about something, then that's the trauma that's coming towards someone, right? It's interesting, isn't it? And I feel like that is why I see, for a certain extent, there's something about, right? There's something about Gemini that's being tight-lipped. But I keep on getting the reason that they're being tight-lipped has to do with the understanding that trust is built, it grows, it comes with time. And so that is often, I feel like there's something really important about that. And I think that a lot of the work that I see that Gemini is doing is trying to articulate to another, and again, in the space by which another person potentially trying to force, don't try to force a conversation on a Gemini, And here's the thing about, and here's the funny thing about it, right? And the thing about it is, I need to point out, all of these cards, when I went to pull them, I don't know if you noticed, they were all upright. I went to draw for Gemini, and the whole deck was upright on me, which is the modality by which when Gemini doesn't want to talk about something, it's not the difference between someone that it doesn't want to talk about something, between avoiding it versus being aware that they're not ready for what it effectively brings through them. That's a lot of the energy saying that this is the energy navigating the space of maturity, which is the observation of them saying that for everything there is an energetic season, which is sometimes there's a season by which it feels like it's good to talk about things. Sometimes there's a season by which talking about something is not healthy because you need to get something done. So I feel like in a way I feel like there's some Gemini, I feel like there's some Gemini, literally articulating the condition or circumstance where you're doing healthy compartmentalization, which is the energy that basically says, I recognize I'm compartmentalizing, but there's a reason. It's okay to compartmentalize, right? It's okay to compartmentalize when one says, I know what I'm compartmentalizing. I know where I put it. I know exactly where to find it. I'm going to energetically unpack it, but just not now, right? That's the energy. I feel like that's the energy that is identifying that is not avoiding something. That is doing something that is energetically mature, is what I keep on seeing. Continuing to get clarification here, moving on to Cancers. My Cancers. Cancers, my Cancers. What's going on? Oh, there you are. How you doing? Turn off that love song. Stop it. Stop it. Okay? Stop. You know what I'm talking about. Cut it out. Turn it off. Cut it out this minute. You got 2 cards here. Look at you. No. Do not for a minute. Do not. Okay? Listen. Okay? Listen to me. Look at me. Cancers, I need you focusing right now. Okay? I need you focusing, which is saying a little bit of nostalgia every day. Just a little bit of nostalgia not too much, not too much, okay? It is not the time. Take a lesson from what I just said to Gemini. Did you just hear what I said to Gemini? Go listen to me. Cancers, go find the nearest Gemini, okay? Go find the nearest Gemini and have them repeat back what I just said, okay? Which is listen, okay? Because here's the thing about it. You have to understand, okay? You have to understand right now, this energy right now is, it's not that it is unfamiliar to Cancers, but the reminisce is strong. Okay, reminisce warning. Reminisce warning. There's a reminisce warning right now for all Cancers. Which is, I know it feels real good, right? It feels like a code. It feels, no, okay? Just a little bit. Just a little bit, okay? Put a time limit on it. Put a time limit on the reminisce right now. You're exactly where you need to be. And if you're shaking your head, I'm saying it to you twice. If you're shaking your head as I say that right now, Cancers, I'm saying it to you twice. All right? We like there is and here's the thing about it, all right? There is too much happening right now. Okay? There is too much happening right now to get caught in reminisce, which is the space by which, again, a little reminisce is beautiful, right? And the ability to, and I feel like that's what I see a lot of Cancerian energy doing, right? The ability to reminisce, catch oneself reminiscing, going, okay, and back. Like, and we're back. Yeah. Because here's what happens, right? And I feel like either that's Cancerian energy, either experiencing that within or experiencing that without, which is like, again, and I keep on seeing, right? The difference between a flashback is the difference between a flashback and like I keep on getting, and like regaling a saga is the modality by which we stay energetically focused in relationality to the direction that one needs to move into. And I feel like that's either like I feel like that's either Cancerian energy at putting a lot of effort. This is why I feel like this is some energy of Cancer that may be avoiding energy that is too sentimental right now, because they're already, I feel like the energy is like, they're already working really hard in trying not to avoid that, in the space by which I keep on seeing the sentimentality becomes, like, I just keep on hearing, it's interesting, I keep on hearing the sentimentality becomes language when we don't linger there, right? Where we don't find languor in sentimentality, but we linger momentarily so that we can bring something important from the past to the present, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like it's beautiful, because I almost feel like for some Cancerian energy, it's potentially going through a process by which one is navigating one's own ability of doing so, but not letting it get the better of the self. But it's hard, right? So just continue to do that, because I know this energy might feel like very intense for you at this moment. Continuing to, we're now reading into Leo. How are we doing today, Leos? Wow, like that. Okay, that's great. That's fine. It's fine. You keep on going. It's fine. Two more, please. And the King of Cups. Okay, so we've got for Leo right now a Tower card in its transverse. Okay, a King of Cups in its upright, and an Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. And the thing about this is, the best way I can describe what I'm seeing here for my Leos is, I don't know, I keep on hearing that, like, when Leos roar, then others' hair is blown back, which is often what happens. And you'll notice this right now, because and you'll often notice this, that with Leos often have energy around them that can handle a Leo's intensity, especially when it comes to the vivacity of their energy, right? Because, and you'll often notice this, and this is what we mean about often as Leos continue in their journey, they get less and less apologetic for themselves and more recognizing the impact that they have on others. Because, and I want you to understand, and I want to describe this, right? Like, and here's the thing about it. You'll often see a healthy Leo that will be surrounded by energy that is supportive of Leonic energy. And the way that's identified is the space by which I just keep on seeing That's the understanding of saying that when you hear a Leo roar, you usually only hear it once. You usually, and here's the thing about it, and that's the thing about it, like when Leos actually roar, that's usually the last sound you'll ever hear from them. Because if something you do requires the Leo to roar, right? It's the context of understanding that Leos don't like roaring. Okay? Like they like asking. They like politely asking. They like politely. They like protect. And the thing about it, and you have to understand this, Leos are very protective with their roars, which is the space by which they understand. And you'll notice this. Most Leos can point back to the times in their life that they've had to roar, which is usually the space by which they did not desire to do it, but yet circumstances required it. And this is why you'll often see, and this is why it feels very similar to what I was reading with the Aries energy, right? Which is, and you'll see this with Leo energies. Someone being like, they roared at me, right? Like somebody, like there's somebody going, they roared at me, and there's another person going, like there's somebody who knows a Leo going, what did you do? What did you say? What did you do? What did you do that required? What did you do? And that's to say that because that's the thing about it, right? Like that's the energy that when Leo's in a healthy energy, it's not the space by which the energy is around. They're complaining that they're roaring. They're the observation of the healthy energy around a Leo that goes, well, what did you say that required them to roar in that way? Because when one understands that a Leo preserves their roars for moments that is necessary, there's usually a very valid reason, right? Like especially as it relates to energy that's being like that potentially feels like they're provoking. So I feel like that's the thing about it. Like, Leos, if you're going through that, observe, don't absorb. And you know what those, like, when you observe, don't absorb, and you know what those what claws are for, right? Claws are for protecting things. Claws are for protecting precious things, right? Which means they come out when necessary, but there's always a valid reason or understanding or explanation as to why. Thank you so much, Leo. Continuing forward right now, moving into Virgo energy. 3 cards for Virgo right now. We've got the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal, the King of Cups coming up again, and also there's that Tower card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit. I have to stress, I feel like there's something really important right now for Virgo energy, working through this energy. I'm going to say this, Virgo. Sometimes things just happen. And I want you to understand this, because you often see this, like I often see this with those with Virgo placements, which is the observation of working through something in terms of identifying. And I want you to understand, the way that we work through some trauma is the context by which I try to navigate and not feel that everything could be different if we were just a little bit better. I feel like to a certain extent, and this is what I see with some of this right now, I feel like I've got a lot of Atlas energy around Virgo. And the thing about the thing I want to identify, that I like, especially with these cards, with the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal, and the Tower card in its reversal, with you see what I'm showing you here, with like the King of Cups, which is the observation and the understanding that when we build a supportive environment around us, then it doesn't feel like if we step back, then everything falls apart, right? It's the observation of understanding the modality by which we effectively help one another in the best way possible, right? And so I want you to recognize that, right? If you are doing everything you can as perfectly as you can, right? Don't get hyper fixated right now on imperfections. And I say that because this energy is highly attenuated to making one feel like all you can see is the imperfect thing. And it feels like it's energetically overwhelming. So I want you to effectively recognize that when we're doing everything and another is focusing on like the smallest imperfection, then that's often the sound of being the space by which we're able to observe the direction by which the trauma is coming towards us. Because it's the observation of being able to identify and recognize and do the best we can that allow us the possibility or the understanding of being able to heal in a way that we've never healed before. So I feel like there's something important here because I feel like to a certain extent, it feels almost like Virgo energy healing their Libra placements, bottom of the deck. Yeah, which is taking like the thing about it, and we're gonna get into it in a minute when I start reading for Libra, which is like, like it's like it's not like, and I want to point this out, like when we like as soon as we're aware of something, watch how quickly it doesn't become a big deal, right? Because that's why we understand and recognize that our overthinking, right? Our overthinking allows the possibility to be able to heal things because it's the observation of effectively working through something in a way that feels beautiful and expansive. And even in the context by which we're effectively able to articulate it, I just keep on seeing it's the energy that I feel like to a certain extent it's working through the vulnerability, right? When we become vulnerable and articulate how we feel, then it doesn't become the journey of finding perfection so much as understanding that we're healing from anything that made us feel less than perfect in the first place. Continuing to get clarification for my Libras. How are we doing today? Oh, you already got one card out. Oh boy, I went to go draw Libra, and the first card that came out was the Knight of Swords, and it's upright. It's going to be fine. We're going to get through it. Okay. 2 more cards, please. Thank you. All right, we've got the Knight of Swords in its upright right now for Libra, with the 2 of Wands in its reversal, and the 9 of Swords in its reversal. The best way I can describe, like, the thing about it is, like, I want you to understand listen, every Libra out there right now, I want you to concentrate on getting yourself a little treat. I keep on getting a little treat through the horrors. Okay, it's okay. A little treat through the horrors is what I keep on seeing. But here's the thing about it, and I love this about Libra energy, which is like when there isn't something to look forward, like when there isn't something to look forward to, then there becomes our point of joy, right? And it's interesting because I feel like this is a lot of the Libra energy that is getting better at goal setting, is what I keep on seeing. And what do we mean by goal setting? Which is the observation of being able to say, like, personal goal setting. Like, what is personal goal setting? If not to say to the self, oh, well, if this occurs, right? If this occurs, than a little treat, right? Like a little, like, it's just, like that's what tell me it, like, okay, I know other people want to overthink it, like I know other people want to overthink it, but what is goal setting beyond saying, oh, if I do this, a little treat at the end of it, right? So I feel like that's like, I feel like there's something about that where Libras are getting a very aware of their own tendency. But, and I want to describe this because especially like, and this is the thing about, especially with, like, especially with the fact that we've got Venus and Gemini right now. And you'll, this is why I often like to point out, you can never like, like Libras, here's the thing, this is what's so important about understanding that when we desire to do nice things, all we need to do is be able to explain to someone why it's nice. And Libras will be like, why didn't you say so in the first place? Right? There's nothing, bottom of the deck. There is not a single Libra that has done something in duress in their entire life. Right? Like Libras do not operate under a sense of duress. And you'll see this too. Like you want to see the last thing you'll ever hear, the last sound you'll ever hear of a Libra is when you say do this or else, because there is every Libra on this planet will take or else, and that will, and they will literally create a paradise there. Like that's the thing that you'll notice with a Libra. When you say to a Libra, do this or else, Libra will take that else and they will build a paradise in that else. It's the understanding and recognizing that duress is not how we get the best of things. It's actually how we get the worst of things. And so I feel like that's a lot of the energy. And this is the thing about it. This is why when Libras see energy that tries to get others to do things out of a source of duress, they will leave that energy, because the quality or condition by which another person tries to articulate hardship as a conditional for doing something shows the fact that another person's heartless, right? And that's why we see often, and here's the thing about it, often you'll notice that when Libras step out of another person's life, it is quiet. It is quiet. It is quiet. It is silent, but there is always a logical reason. And I feel like what's interesting about that is that's some of the Libra energy. And here's the thing about it. Often Libra energy will say that because they'll be like, I'm not going to tell somebody the fact that I recognize that they're heartless. I'm just going to pay attention to it, right? Like that's a lot of the energy that I just feel like that for a lot of the energy right now, like that observation, like it's like I feel like that's a lot of the energy that just watches something quietly and allows that to build into their own observations. And so I feel like, again, it's almost similar. Like I almost feel like it's similar to what I was seeing for Gemini, for Libra, which is saying it's not always about talking about everything. It's about understanding or recognizing what we feel we're energetically inclined to articulate upon. Continuing to get clarification. Moving through the signs, the next sign we're reading into right now is Scorpio. How are we doing right now, Scorpio? Can I get 3 cards, please? 1, 2, 3. Oh man, let's talk about this, Scorpio. I feel like there's something, you know, I want to describe this, and I think it's really important because the thing you have to understand, and you know this, Scorpio, Scorpios don't gossip. Scorpio, and it's interesting, like here's the thing about, and it's funny too, because like just as we were talking about all that silent, Libra energy, here's the thing about it. Scorpio has never gossiped in their life, Scorpio tells facts, okay? Like Scorpio, like that's the thing about it. Scorpio understands the quality. Scorpio will sample other people's tea to get the real tea. And when they get the real tea, they will then sit there with the real tea, right? And they will use that tea to purify anything, like anything that feels like it is nefarious, under like when you see the level or degree of tea that the scorpionic energy is holding at any moment, which is the observation, circumstance, or situation of understand. And this is the thing about it. This is why Scorpios don't gossip, but Scorpios will hang around. Okay, like that's the thing about it. A Scorpio won't gossip, but in the energy you find them in, you'd be surprised that they don't, because Scorpios will often sit there. Like there's that like you know this about yourself, Scorpio. You will sit there sampling everybody's tea and not ingesting a drop of it. Not ingesting a drop of it. Because that is the sound of the Scorpio getting, right? Getting the understanding, the full shape of something, right? That's the Scorpio, like that's the Scorpio. Oh, there's the accurate information there. Nope. There's the accurate information there. There's the accurate information there. There's the right, and it takes a lot of work, right? You got it. It takes a lot of work. It's a dirty job. Somebody's got to do it. It's a dirty, like, and this is how Scorpio. This is how Scorpio fortifies, right? Because Scorpio doesn't go on hearsay. They don't go on hearsay because they don't have to, because they know what everybody said, right? Like Scorpio understands you don't avoid a conversation, you have it to get to the bottom of something. But then, right, and this thing about it, like this is Scorpio taking a grain of salt with everything. But I need to point out, a grain of salt is healthy in the context by which we utilize it to purify something, right? So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that potentially articulates and understands something or works through something in a way to be able to understand and identify what feels energetically reasonable in terms of being able to identify and recognize what one is trying to do in an even better fashion. So I feel like that's something that's very important there, specifically and particularly because that is, like, I feel like in a way, that scorpionic energy being very protective, and it's not the fact that they're doing it for themselves, but they're doing that in the context of someone that they care about, right? Like you'll often see that, like Scorpios will be like, Scorpios are like Leos like that. They'll be like, me first, like into the breach, you know? Like, thank you so much, Scorpio. Continuing to get clarification right now. The next sign we're reading for today are our Sagittarians. How are we doing today, Sag? Can I get 3 cards for Sag, please? 3 cards. Ooh. Two more. Yeah, this energy right now, like, I feel like the thing about this, I got to stress this right now. This energy for those with Sag placements may feel very much like it's stretching, like requiring one to effectively stretch. And the reason I keep on seeing that has to do with, it's funny, I just keep wondering stretch, but like the space by which we understand, and the reason I'm seeing that is because when we stretch, like we effectively, when we stretch, we recognize or identify what it is that we're trying to do in a better way, right? It's the observation It's the observation or the recognition of being able to articulate and amplify how how we ourselves feel about things. And there's something very, I feel like there's something very valuable and important there, especially in the realm of recognizing and identifying and bringing a sense of compassion towards ourselves, but the compassion that we bring towards ourselves is often the space by which it's not the story, it's not the stories that we energetically tell ourselves, but it is the observation of being able to have an uncomfortable conversation through which to learn more, right? Because and I want to describe this, and I feel like the thing I keep on seeing there is working into the context of making energetic assumptions, because the thing about it is the way that we intend something to be received can be felt very different in the context of another person receiving this. And so I either see that this is a Sagittarian energy that is communicating that to another, right? That this is often why we identify or recognize that this is why we often talk about good intentions aren't necessarily a good enough reason for doing something, because the space by which our intentions are pure is fortified as it relates to another's reasons that they're energetically receiving, because it's the observation of being able to recognize or identify like what another needs that is the difference between the fulfillment of another person's like need versus how good it feels to feel like one is being energetically selfless. So I feel like there's something very important about that, because I almost feel like that's Sagittarian energy communicating to another person about that. Yeah, like, and I want to describe the fact that it isn't to say that there aren't those, what do you call a sublime moment, right? What is true sublimity? A sublime moment is the moment or opportunity by which one aspires to do something. And in the modality by which one aspires to do something, the opportunity presents itself by which another person aspires to receive it in the same way. That's what we identify as a sublime opportunity. But the way that we fortify upon sublimity, upon sublime experiences is making sure that another person is receiving it the way that we intend for it to be received, which is the modality by which we operate upon the context of energetic explanation, because it's the space by which we effectively identify and recognize that helps another person see what is effectively healing versus how we feel in the giving of it versus how another person receives it. So I feel like even in the space by which it's interesting, because it's almost saying like when we give forth things in that way, right, it allows us to be able to understand and amplify what feels like it almost feels like a learning moment, but the modality by which it feels like a learning moment is the energy that's understanding something in a profound way that's potentially deepening a connection to their own energetic tendencies. Continuing to get clarification for Capricorn. 3 cards for Capricorn right now. We've got the Lover's card in its reversal. It's feeling similar to Cancer. Five of Cups in its reversal. And the Page of Wands in its reversal. And here's the thing about it, like, I think that there's something, I don't know, I feel like there's something really important here. It feels a little bit similar to the Cancer reading, but um, the thing is, I got to stress this. If you see a glass house around a Capricorn and you have the audacity to try to throw a stone at it, like, be prepared for an avalanche, is what I keep on getting. And what do I mean by that? Because you have to understand that a lot of the energy, like Capricorn energy, is often working through. It's very difficult for Capricorn energy to build into vulnerability, right? A Capricorn being becoming vulnerable is similar to an Aries finding patience, right? Like, it's not this fact you don't show up with it, you got to make it by hand. Everybody else seems to have it. You're just sitting there doing your best to make it out of whatever is around. But there are those who, like, and then there you got the vulnerability, and then often in the space by which energy is vulnerable, it's like immediately taken advantage of. And then you see, like, you often see the Capricorn that closes back up again. And here's the thing about it, right? I feel like there's something about this particular energetic cycle that's helping the energy. Like, I feel like it's the observation of being able to identify and articulate to another how we're feeling, right? And it almost feels like Capricorn. This is often why I'll see a Capricorn with like a Scorpio best friend, because the space is like, your emotions are not a burden. So long as you have a valid reason for feeling that way, your ability to communicate your emotions allows for a productive conversation to happen, right? Because if you're surrounded by energy that makes it feel like your emotions are a burden, well, that potentially is the identification of recognizing energy that is taking advantage of itself, right? Because here's the thing about it, like, and I got to stress this, Capricorns could not, here's the thing, most Capricorns could not be an emotional burden if they tried, okay? Most Capricorns, like, when Capricorns, like, the issue that Capricorns often have has nothing to do with being an emotional burden. Like, they're often being hyper independent. But there you are. Like, there you'll see a Capricorn that is the most emotionally healthy person you've ever met. But the susceptibility of potentially going towards someone that tries to articulate or amplify that a Capricorn's emotions are a burden is often the sound of a Capricorn recognizing someone that is taking advantage of Capricorn's hyper independence, which is often why you'll notice this with energy that energy that cares about Capricorn. When Capricorn's like, "Can I talk to you about something?" Like, you will see people just dropping everything. Like, you'll be like, "What are you?" Like, you'll see somebody. Wait, no, I gotta go. Capricorn needs to talk about their feelings, right? Like, people go running because it's the observation. It's the you'll notice this, Capricorn. If energy like drops everything in the moment by which you're ready to talk about your feelings, remember, that's because it's the observation that your emotions are not a burden, right? It's like they're waiting for them. They're like just sitting there, like there's somebody around the Capricorn going, anytime you're ready. You just gotta. I'm just waiting to catch them. Just right here, you know. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy of Capricorn getting better at communicating, because when Capricorns do that, it builds something even stronger. So I want you to kind of think about that. As long as there's a valid reason for how you're feeling, that is not a burden. That's a building block. Continuing to get clarification. Next one on the list today is Aquarius. Aquarius, 3 cards, please. That's a wiggly card there. 2 more. What do we have here? We've got the 6 of Cups. It's cantilevered. Page of Cups in its reversal, and Eight of Cups in its reversal. So I feel like there's something really important that we're seeing right now for, there's something important that we're seeing right now for Aquarian energy in relationality to reliability, is what I keep on saying. And the thing about it is, you can't require, like, and a healthy Aquarian understands this. You can't ask for reliability, right? You can't ask for reliability. Reliability is built, right? Reliability, and speaking about building blocks, right? And I feel like this is how the Capricorn energy reaches into the Aquarius energy here. Reliability is basically a legacy of our dependability. Reliability is a legacy of our dependability, which is the modality by which we articulate and amplify the steadiness by which another person sees us. And I keep on hearing this, it's a gift, right? Reliability is a gift, because when we are energetically reliable, then we are, like, when you see somebody who is reliable, then you see somebody that over and over and over and over again is working towards being as viable as possible, right? It's not, and here's the thing about it, it's not, you can't be reliable if you're just doing what you desire to do at every moment. You can't be reliable if you're just doing what you desire to do at every moment, because if that's the space by which one is doing that, then nothing gets done, right? Often the shape of reliability is doing something beyond the space by which it feels intriguing, but the space by which we feel the energetic obligation in terms of what we identify or recognize we're building into in a consistent fashion. And so I feel like there's something very important there, because I feel like for a lot of the energy doing that work, you know, especially in the context of moving through, I keep wondering, in the context of moving through something, I do feel like there's a lot of inner child healing that I see right now for Aquarian energy, bottom of the deck. Yeah, because it's with, especially with the Wheel of Fortune, bottom of the deck, and I want to describe this, and this is, I have to stress, like, Wheel of Fortune bottom of the deck is a lot of the continuation that often happens with those, with a lot of Aquarian placements, because I'm just going to keep on saying this, reality is not where your dreams come to become unalived. Reality is where reality can take a dream and make it sublime, because the space by which we let go is the space by which we see how beautiful, like how much more beautiful something can be. And I keep on getting that only happens when we recognize that we only hold a piece of something, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like that's important. I feel like there's something about a conversation that Aquarian is having in terms of understanding and navigating the difference between a piece of something that they understand fully versus feeling, and I feel like Aquarian often recognizes this, that the modality by which we start inner child healing is the moment that we forgive ourselves from the experience by which we feel that we know everything. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is potentially, I feel like I see a lot of Aquarian energy that is looking towards situations that would have potentially upset, but in a way by which one is getting better at being vulnerable as it relates to things that are outside of the purview of the self. Because when we articulate that, we have the opportunity of learning more. And I either feel like that's something that Aquarians, you're communicating to others, or that you're feeling within the self in relationality to something that one has experienced based upon something from the past as well. Final card for today's spread. Whoa. Final, well, we're reading Pisces, but I have to go collect that card because this just jumped out of the deck. Give me a minute. All right, well, we're starting Pisces with the Two of Swords in its reversal. 2 more cards, please. Oh, there's, yeah. What do we have here? Wow, Pisces. Geez, what is up? Oh my goodness. Yeah, it is. It's like flying fish energy. But here's the thing about it. I need to describe this right now. So this is feeling positive for Pisces. These are some of the best cards I'm seeing right now, especially with the two of we've got the Two of Swords in its reversal, in combination with the Strength card in its upright and the Emperor card in its upright. You know, the thing about it, I think this has a bit to, you know what, I think the reason that this is happening right now, or why Pisces might be feeling a little bit, like relieved about something, it has a bit to do with the fact that Uranus has moved into Gemini. And the reason I keep on seeing that is, and you have to understand this, the same thing, right? And this is what's off, like, this is why we see that for Aquarians, this might feel a little bit more frustrating, but for a Piscean energy, this might feel more amplifying. It's the same issue, right? Because, like, often the space by which, like, Aquarian, like, often those with Aquarian placements are here to try to, like, we often see, like, I talk about this with Aquarian placements, right? When we don't know where to put something, putting it in the unconscious is not a great place to put it, because then it controls everything. But the thing about Piscean energy that we often see is working into the context of sticking around through things, even if they're not going the way that one aspires or desires, is what I keep on getting. How's that going right now, Pisces? How's that going? Because that's the thing about it, right? Because we often talk about the work that we do with Piscean energy is basically identifying and recognizing that the way that dreams are not built with inclination, right? Dreams are not built with inclination. Dreams are born, right? Dreams are born in inclination. They mature with hard work, right? Dreams are born with inclination, and they mature with hard work. So I feel like there's something about Piscean energy right now in relationality to taking the self more seriously. And I feel like it's interesting because I almost feel like there's something that's going on right now for Piscean energy by which, like, they would potentially feel inclined to, like, move away from something. But I almost feel like I see a lot of that Piscean energy, like, working into the context of putting some kind of effort towards something in a way that they haven't before, in order to get more focused upon something. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you know, and here's the thing about it, like, I feel like there's really, I don't know how to say this gently, Pisceans, but, like, it's not you, when you start focusing and energy gets upset, don't get angry, pay attention, right? Like, when you start focusing and energy gets upset, don't get frustrated, pay attention. Because there's the source of the energetic interference, particularly and especially as it relates to what it is that you're focusing upon. Because, and I don't know where this, like, the thing I keep on seeing about this is when we articulate to another that we need to focus on something, right? And it's not the space, I keep wondering, when we articulate to another that we need to focus upon something, then the observation of understanding the only sound we should hear is celebration, which is somebody saying, whatever you need, you know, you just let me know and I'll be there to provide it. Like, that's the sound we should hear, right? But often the context by which another person, like the space by which we articulate that we need to focus, and then all of a sudden the fact that we're trying to focus on something becomes a topic of debate, or the fact that it starts to like churn a rumor mill, well, then it often identifies the fact that we're not in a healthy space, right? Because I feel like there's something about this by which I feel like this is potentially some Pisces energy calling some energy back to the self, not desiring to spread oneself out too thin. But even in the modality by which the energy recognizes that, I almost feel like I see a lot of that energy building into the context of almost like saying to another person, like, no, absolutely, I completely understand that. Take all the time you need. Versus I almost feel like I see this, like these cards together for Pisces almost feels like Pisces going into hermit mode, right? I know it's going to sound a little wild, but you have to understand when you're looking at these from the context of the energy, right? Any other sign, these wouldn't be hermit mode. But for Pisces, this is like Pisces going into hermit mode. And the identification of the hermit mode becoming a seed in terms of another understanding, right? Like understanding and being like, oh, I completely get it, versus someone saying like the audacity that informs us in terms of relationality to who has our best interests at heart, right? So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that's potentially working through a maturation process simply by articulating their needs right now to focus on something, and even potentially seeing something evolving there that's hard to see, but not internalizing it, letting it fortify and focus their own sense of direction. That is our tarot astrology for the day. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. If you book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I'll never DM you, I'll never PM you, I'll never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I'd encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everybody who attended our recent class on the court cards in the wand suit. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 21st at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid monthly subscriber, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on each and every class that we receive. But the material is there if you want to receive, if you are ready for it, and you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions they may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also receive you'll also receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader, as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you do not become a subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing in the cards through the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on the full moon. I'll be having one out shortly on this new moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount. And I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will be using those classes to help map your dreamscape, and we will be utilizing the tarot to help understand the signs and symbols coming towards you in the dream space as well. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. We are going to, congratulations to Kath. You got our highest gifter today. You will be receiving a free reading, and thank you so much, Bridget. You came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading as well. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 9th person read for. I've got 3 spots available today before the list is closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also going to be doing a giveaway today when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you are tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Also, if you are on the hold list and have a reading that you would like to get back on the list for, just let me know the date that reading was held, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. If you are joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. For those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitles you to the same benefits I've stated for subscribers. You'll also be entitled to a free 1 card. Good to see you today there, Noma and Bird. Hope you're having a beautiful day. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the photos, I'd like to offer membership there, but I need your help with that, friends. So if you could do me a favor and make sure to give me a follow there, I will thank you instead with an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, just share this live with 3 individuals, comment shared, and I'll be happy to give you that in affirmation as well. Happy to read the list. We have currently, the list is Kay, Megan, Per, Melissa, Bridget, Hannah, Stella, and Kath. All right. And we're already at 38.4K likes. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Hi there, Namboire. Welcome. Name from dream. I need clarification on what you mean by that, 88. Do the roar. Yeah. You're so welcome, Namboire. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Mamo, thank you for sharing the live. Hi there, seriously. Thank you, Melissa, for those hand hearts. Appreciated. Leo, Sun, Virgo, Moon, same card, same vibe. I'm angry and broken. Sending you so much support right now, Nicole. Holding you so close. Thank you for letting us be here and supporting you through this right now. Blessings to you as well, Mystic. Absolutely. My Virgo friend snapped at me last night. Very sensitive times. Like I said, I would refer back to that. I feel like there's something about this energy right now. I'm seeing, like, I feel like the signs that are having, from doing that reading, it seems like the signs that may be going through a very rough moment right now have to do with those with Aquarian placements, potentially also with those with Virgo placements. I feel like, you know, I don't want to say Cancerian, because I feel like there's something very transformative right now for those with Cancer placements. But, you know, and I think that, I feel like there's something important there in relationality to understanding or communicating, like making sure that another person is not projecting perfection, like the perfection that they're holding themselves to is reasonable, right? Like you can, like the best way I would identify energy like this is making sure that another person is able to articulate what they desired instead of how they feel about something. And Trinita, thank you for the follow. Virgo sun, hi there. Okay, so you're definitely feeling that as well, Minnie. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that so hard. Thank you, dear. And sending you support on that journey. Absolutely. And you've been feeling like that for the past week. Understood. Yeah, you as a Libra rising too. That makes a lot of sense with what that reading we had for you, Minnie. Oh, and your North Node's in Libra. Sun and 2 planets in Libra here. Yeah. Hi there, Terry. We do free 1-card readings for those who are super fans later in the day. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw you a card. If you'd like a full reading, these are donation based. We just finished the free reading. So it's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. And guys, please thank Kay Megan for all of their help today moderating. Deeply appreciated. Oh, Kath, also a Libra rising. Yeah, we just finished the collective reads. I love little treats. I went shopping this weekend. Story of my life. Thank you as well, Real. I got a little treat last night. Oh, that's beautiful, Kat. Yeah, it feels like I need to practice getting myself little treats these days. Exactly, 100%. Thank you as well, Real. I love that. Yeah, my cozy little dumpster fire. Oh my God, that's so funny, Real. Agreed, yeah. And Mamo, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Observe forced. Yeah, Scorpio, don't leave side. That's the thing about it. Scorpio have never I mean, the thing about, like, listen, I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna clear that up actually. You know, here's the thing about it. Scorpios don't leave silently when they know they're in the right. Okay? And you know what I'm talking about there. you know what I'm talking about there. Scorpios don't leave silently when they know that they're in the right. Okay? Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, Scorpio will announce a real tea to the class. Exactly. So accurate. Resonates with this. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, you got it too, Cav. Now we don't share. Yep, Scorpio. I don't like to describe, it's not venom. And here's the thing about it. Opposite Libra, like it's not that. It's whether it's healing or not. Right? And you'll often, the way I like to articulate it is Scorpio energy is actually incredibly healing. But it's understanding that, like, often the journey that we see with Scorpio is, right, like, how does one, like something that would effectively poison one is panacea for another, right? It's understanding that what one puts oneself through is not conditional in terms of what another can receive, right? Because, and you'll often notice this with those with Scorpio placements, which is the modality by which they often work. Like this is, it's similar to Aries, right? Aries often work to pull back a punch, right? Scorpios often work to hold back their sting, because they're often self-inflicting themselves with their own sting perpetually. And it's the understanding that others are not as inured to it as they themselves are that will often identify the health of the scorpionic energy. Because, and you'll notice this, much like a Leo, right? When a Scorpio leaves, and they know, like when a Scorpio, like, it's actually it's interesting because it's the same reason in different ways. Leos will leave quietly when they know that they're in the right. Scorpios will leave loudly when they know that they're in the right, because both are working upon what is energetically healing. So often you'll see that when a Scorpio is in a healthy space and they're leaving, right? It's not the fact that they're spitting venom. It's the fact that they're spitting facts. You know what I mean? Like, you'll see there's that healthy Scorpio walking out of a room, spitting a fact, spitting a fact, right? Fact, right? It has nothing to do with with feelings, but it has to do with delivering the information where it needs to go, right? Yeah, we sample teas. This is my rising sign. Yes, so true. This is relatable, Scorpio rising. Yeah, we observe and collect data, very much like Libras do, right? Yeah, Scorpio will enjoy all the different varieties of tea without letting others know the best one. Exactly. We're just doing the process of elimination. Yep. Yeah, mom is a Scorpio, sending you support, Mystic. Gemini here, married to a Scorpio. Here's the thing, like, Gemini Scorpio combination happy. I mean, like, that is like, that's a chef kiss, because, like, if anybody, like, I like to point this out. Like, you'll see this, like, when you see, like, I like to point out a Gemini and a Scorpio together working through it is often like when you get a Leo and a Taurus together that are healed, which is the modality by which you, like, what happens is, like, you are not susceptible to each other's deflections, which is like if a Scorpio tries to sting a Gemini, as if they could, like, you know what I mean, like, as if they, because Gemini will be like, oh facts, would you like to see my collection of facts? That's like an encyclopedia energy. Like, man, you see a Scorpio, like, when a Scorpio and a Gemini fight, like, just sit back, get out a notebook and some popcorn, because it's going to be a lecture. Okay, it's going to be a lecture. So, but it's beautiful, because at the same time, like, when you guys are working together, you're just fortifying each other. It's like fortified, as long as you're both working on being vulnerable, the relationship basically makes you bulletproof to a certain extent, because there's nothing about the other person that you don't know. And I wouldn't be surprised if you've had many times where someone's tried to come up to you and be like, did you know? I wanted to let you know. I thought you needed to know. And you just looking at someone being like, what makes you think I don't know them? You know what I mean? Like, I see you being like, yep. Oh, we did all the signs happy. If you missed any of them, you can find them over on, they'll be released shortly as a podcast. They'll also be up, they're up right now in the place where we keep the photos and videos. Hope that helps, dear. All right, continuing through, just reading over. Yeah, the moon is in Sag right now, which is, like, again, very, like, it's like, just don't be triggered right now. I mean, listen, I know it's very triggering energy, but just don't let it trigger you. And guys, please thank Kay Megan for all their help right now. Absolutely. Oh, they are, huh? Scorpios are totally Leos. Like, it's not here's the thing about it. Scorpios and Leos will leave for the same reason, but they'll do different things as they leave. Like a Leo will often leave quietly. because it's the observation. When the Leo sees something that they think is undignified, like that's the last you'll ever see of a Leo in your life, right? They don't, like, it's not, it's working into the context of not wanting to do something. Scorpios don't like seeing indignity. So there's something important about that, because the only thing that's different is like a Leo will take the indignity and turn their back and walk away, and they'll keep on walking. You'll never see that energy again. A Scorpio will identify, if a Scorpio sees something like undignified, a Scorpio will work to heal it. A Scorpio will like, that's the difference about it, because that, like, it has to do with the nature. The best way I can describe it is a Leo's got their claws in the front, a Scorpio's got its claw in the back. Okay. It's like the best way to describe it. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. So accurate. Yeah, like Leos lead with it, Scorpios end with it, is the best way I can describe it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we're doing the process of elimination, exactly. Sag rising, yep. I think, yeah. And thank you for reposting, and thank you for sharing the live, Ella. Grand rising. Ella, I didn't see if you got back to me. Did you want to get on the list today? I was able to find that reading for you. Yeah, and Aries with a cat bestie. Like, here's the thing about it. Aries and Caps are often like great. Leos and Caps are often great. You know, because and that the thing about it is because like they don't hold punches, right? They're like, give it to me straight. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You define the relationship really well, K. So you said they keep you grounded and you keep them entertained. Exactly. How you doing today, BW? Kamoy, thank you for getting on the list. We've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. There's someone out there just ready to take it all in. Thank you for muting that person, whoever it was. Absolutely. Yep. It is. I know. Isn't it pretty? Yeah, it is. And Cha-Cha, thank you for the follow. Pisces. No, you saw how it was flying fish energy. Just in time for Pisces, Denise. Well done. Thank you for those heart me's, dear. And Mamo, thank you for sharing the live. Excellent. Thank you, Christy, for the follow. Hilarious to hear about Scorpio collecting the tea. Totally resonate with my Scorpio rising. You're so welcome, Mia. You're so welcome, Kath. Excellent. You're so welcome, T. Mulsana. Absolutely. Grand Rising, Morgs. You guys feel like home. Oh, that's the highest compliment you can give us here, Nicole. And thank you for allowing us to be here today and helping you through it. I'm sending you so much support, dear. I know, I thought that's exactly. I didn't even see what Megan wrote, but that is the ultimate compliment. Same. Thank you guys for being a part of this collective, truly. Yes, Scorpios will leave with a mark. Like Scorpios will burn down that door. Like, but Scorpios will. Oh, there it goes. Yeah. No, that's the thing about it, because that's like, and this is why, but you have to understand, like, the hard part about it. Like, the hard part about it for a lot of scorpionic energy is making sure that one isn't hasty when one takes, right? Like when one becomes energetically volatile about something, right? That's why you'll often notice Scorpio's first hurt is always identified in the thing that they said that destroyed someone that they could not take back that they said. You'll often see this with those with scorpionic placements. That time that they said something in the heat of a moment and it resonated in such a way that they could never take it back. That's often the first wound that a Scorpio has, because that's a Scorpio learning to navigate their tail. And Real, thank you for the follow. Welcome. When you're in Aries with a Scorpio rising, I'm holding back punches. And no, that it's hard, right? Like you're basically, like I like to describe that, like you're having to navigate, like it's difficult because it's very much like it's the best way I can describe it is, you know, it's the ability, like, you know, it's working into the context of being very, very heavily protected and having, and others potentially, it's not the fact that somebody doesn't do something that's valuable to it, but it's having to recognize or identify that you're probably the type of energy where somebody comes towards you doing something that's not okay, and you're the last time that they ever do that again. Like that, like there's something very corrective about that in terms of, like, I would even say, like, the way that you potentially appear, right? Potentially having issues where someone feels like the way that you should be versus who you are, like you are much stronger that others give you credit for. Hi there, Adam. Oh yeah, we've got a bit of we've got some background music playing here. Yep, thank you. Yeah, sometimes I'm confused how to lead with my Leo versus my Scorpio. Oh, I can imagine. No, that would definitely do it. Like if you got Leo and Scorpio placements, I wouldn't be surprised if you're like, do I say it? Do I say it? Do I leave it, or do I leave it unsaid? Like, do I say? You're like, do I say it? And you know what I mean, right? Like you got that, you got it just sitting there, just waiting. Yeah, my Gemini Sun and Scorpio rising work together. Hold on a minute. My Gemini Sun and Scorpio rising work together. Oh, I lost my spot. Beautifully, but it can be a challenge at times. Well, because you're probably very quick, and it's probably hard for others to keep up with you. So you probably feel those like you probably feel like you often have to slow things down for others, which can be exhaustive. You mentioned all my signs: Scorpio Sun, Aries Moon, Leo rising. It's hard to contain myself. Yeah, those are some intense signs together. Yeah, that's a lot of intensity. And I get it. That's like arid too. Hi there, Ivana. I feel like you're probably always doing, like, you're probably constantly going through doing things as well as you can and navigating others taking things personally, and you being like, it's not personal, it's just what needs to be done. You know? Yeah, I'm an Aries Sun, Leo Moon, and Scorpio rising. We leave quietly, but we set the record straight in ways that heal and hold accountability. Tap to claim. Hi there, Katrin. Thank you for the follow. Hi there, Ivana. Excellent. Agree. Scorpio Sun, Leo rising is where I am headed, coincidentally. Oh, interesting. You're so welcome, Ella. Gonna shoot for tomorrow or Wednesday. No problem, dear. 1 second. Honest to a fault. I mean, show me a Leo who isn't. Okay. I'll wait. I will wait. Show me a Leo that is not honest to a fault. You know? Yes, give it to me straight. I've heard that before. We are entertaining. Yep. And Marcella, thank you for the follow. Good afternoon, Dawn. Deep down, always wanted to be a Scorpio. Only have Scorpio and Pluto. It is cool energy, right? Scorpios are really cool. Scorpio. I mean, like everybody else claims to be cool. I feel like Scorpios are the cool. Yep. Hi there, Dawn. I feel like I should get on the list, but I want to make sure that's okay. Hold on a minute. With what I got going on. Nicole, Only you know if you're ready for a reading. It's not my position. I'm always willing to offer you one if you're ready to have one. But I've got 2 more spots on the list if you wanted to take one of those spots. Yeah. I'm also if you don't, it's entirely up to you. Yeah, sure. As a Scorpio rising, I can be a jerk if I'm not regulated. But this is the thing about, like, Scorpios get very good at self-regulation as they maturate. That was enlightening. Yeah, Aries Sun and Scorpio rising. People never see it coming either. I was about to just say that. You know, that's the thing. You are not as you appear to be, and that's a benefit. Yeah, I constantly encounter energy that's completely shocked by your strong nature, like having to help another person understand that you don't need protecting, that you need someone that sees you as a peer. Yeah, it is a contradiction. I know a lot of spammers lately. Yeah, I feel so seen. I do have to slow things down, and it's frustrating. I get it. For real. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Freda. Yeah, we never start anything. We always end it kind of energy. Yeah, I mean, like, that's what happens when you've got Aries and Scorpio placements. Being like it's, thank you for confirmation, digital. Is there astrology reading new? I haven't been on for daily readings in a while. We have included that now. So typically we're rotating between harmonic energy updates, masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy updates, and tarot astrology. It's not new. I used to do it. I just brought it back. Leos can't lie. I don't know what that is, but it's not that they can't, but it's just like it's not something. It's been like Leos have. It's hard, you know. Because you have to also understand that Leos have got like a little bit of like human lie detector energy. Like that's the worst part about it. Like Leos hate being lied to because they can usually tell when they're being lied to, which is why you'll often like when Leos say don't lie to a Leo, like Leos are begging you because they're like, they're going to know. Like, you know what I mean? They're like, don't. And they're like, I've been here so long though. I remember when I used to do them. Yeah, you see, so yeah, it's not new. It's just something very old I brought back. Okay, I appreciate you. And thank you, Dawn, for the hearts. I appreciate it. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart news if you're joining us on the place where you keep the on the clock app. If you'd like one card, an animal oracle on top of your one card. Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, we could kind of leave it up in the air and see what comes through, Nicole, if you feel like it's somewhere between both. Yeah, we just had a Scorpio full moon, but we were talking about all the signs today. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I have to stress, it's like Leos did, like, it's because they can feel it. You know what I mean? Like they can feel when others are being false to them. So feel like Leos don't like that, right? It's like they work really hard so that they don't have to do it, or the spirit which they build into that context. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue now. We are going to get started on personal readings. The first person we're reading for today is K. Megan. Kay, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Yeah, it's like it feels revolting to Leos. You know what I mean? And that's why often, like, when I try to tell people, like, when a Leo says don't lie to them, like they're really saying it because they're like, they're gonna know. Like, you know what I mean? All right, Nicole, I've got you on the list, dear. Thank you so much. All right. No problem, Kay. All right, so my friends, I need a moment to, I just need a moment to read over the message. Just a reminder, if you have information that, is this inside tea or outside tea, Kay? First things first. Or is it disco tea, which means it's only accessible to those in the disco? Inside tea. Okay. So disco tea. All right, one moment. Oh, wait, no, it's not disco tea. Hold on a minute. Give me a sec. All right, I need to read over this. So my friends, while I do so, I'm going to give you guys a hearth warmer. And guys, please, we've got one more spot today if anybody wants to claim it before the list will be closed. Your hearth warmer right now is how are you refining the work that you're doing right now to perfect on your purpose? Okay, bear with me a moment. Okay. Oh. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal. I mean, you know what? When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the Wren. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. I'm going to pin up K. Somebody step back into their comfort zone. And I feel like the thing about it, the one thing, you know exactly what you heard. And you know exactly what it meant. That's all I'm going to, like, I'm not going to go into detail. You know exactly what you heard. And you know exactly what it meant. And I'm just going to kind of walk you through. I'm going to just walk you through what we've talked about, which is the observation of an individual who potentially, every time I read for this, I know that they keep on, I know that there keeps on being the identification point that this is a new connection. And I don't, like, I can just tell you what I'm reading into here that feels strongly like it doesn't feel like a new connection so much as it feels like a reawakened one. And the reason I keep on articulating upon it being a reawakened one is there's something about, you've noticed it too, and it was revealed in what they said. There was something about the matter of factness, almost like not even paying much attention to them. It was curious, wasn't it? Because typically when there's somebody new, right? Typically when there's someone new in your life, you gravitate your energy towards them. You make sure when somebody's new in your experience, there's a lot of work that one does to try to ensure that another person is comfortable. When somebody's new in your experience, the energetic feeling you should have is, do you need anything? But you noticed something interesting about that, didn't you? Right? The comfortability between them. The comfortability between them. The space by which it was almost like they were not taking, they almost, the space, almost like they weren't even acknowledging that they were there. Not even checking on them. It's odd, isn't it? Not really the type of thing you would do with someone that you've just started a relationship with, almost like an old friend. Almost like not necessarily the space by which the relationship is new, right? The space by which the relationship is new, but potentially the fact that they've been in each other's purview or been around each other for some time. Because I just keep on seeing the fact that you brought out someone's insecurity. You brought out someone's insecurity in relationality to feeling like they had to prove something to themselves. And so I just keep on seeing the same message come through. Somebody was feeling energetically vulnerable. So they started to, I feel like they built a connection with someone, expecting, with the expectation that it was going to create, instead of talking to you, right? Instead of what would have been healthy, which is talking to you about their vulnerable feelings, they tried to create a scenario that would force you, right? That would literally making it as uncomfortable as possible to force you to identify your feelings for them. And in that way, they energetically ruined any possibility of you and them coming together, because you're not that, we just talked about that with your placements, right? With your placements, there's no experience by which you would throw yourself into another person's arms by admitting, right, the context. I literally see somebody who had played out some kind of scenario where they thought that them bringing this person around would make you admit your feelings, that would then say to them, I didn't realize you felt that way, when they clearly did, right? And the space by which it would have allowed, I keep on saying, like, and I keep on hearing, like, the space by which they were trying, we don't, and I need to stress this, we don't maneuver gallant situations. We don't maneuver gallant situations, but often those that do not have a handle on their vulnerability will often feel like they're creating a scenario that allows them to look gallant instead of being vulnerable about how they feel towards another person, because it would take too much vulnerability in the space of fearing rejection. So I literally see a situation by which, instead of having to navigate the space by which they told you how they felt and facing the rejection that they never would have experienced had they just told you, they instead tried to orchestrate a situation that would effectively create the space by which you would admit to them how they felt. And in that way, they ruined it, because I see that, again, because you know yourself, you observe it, and it's a how could you, right? Like, there's a how could you that sits between you now, which is the modality by which we don't bring somebody else, like, we don't bring somebody else into a situation like a pawn in order to effectively create the space by which another person will articulate how they feel. And even in the space by which, here's the thing about it, that's why you had the water, right? Because the water, and I want to point this out, right? The water that was, I almost feel like a situation by which another person was grateful that you poured the water on them, because in that moment you revealed to them, they heard it too. They heard it too, right? That water was an angelic moment. You didn't knock the water down. An angelic knocked the water down, because in that angelic moment, what came after the water's falling? A revelation. Okay? like the water spilled between you and her, and in that moment, a revelation occurred, because what they articulated next told you everything you needed to know about the context. And I keep on hearing, it wasn't just protection for you, it was protection for her as well. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. One moment. They called you a sparrow, and oh wow, thank you for confirming, Megan. Okay. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I don't think it's new either. Thank you for confirming. Yeah. Yep. Self-fulfilling prophecy, exactly. Yeah. How could you? How could you do that to both? That's why I keep on saying that it's a both thing, right? Like, it's not just, it's a fact that they were doing it to both of you. Yeah, it felt like an angelic intervention. Absolutely. No, it was protecting her. I keep on getting, it was protecting her as well, because she heard it too. I also think it shocked them because you immediately chose care for her over intimacy. Exactly, right? Like that's the observation too, because you were recognizing the awkward situation that he had put her in as well. Sending you so much support on that journey, Kay. Marcella, these are donation-based readings, so if you'd like to get on the list, I've got one more spot available today. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. Thank you for the follow, dear. Sending you so much support, Kay. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general. I think we're doing a dream interpretation. And, oh, we got to, wait, Per, hold on. We got to 50K. Yep, thank you, Kath. Oh, I'm sending you so much. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Okay. All right, we're going to continue right now. So before we continue, we are going to do the 50K giveaway. Thank you guys so much over on the Clock app for helping us get to 50K likes. We're going to be gifting that reading back to the collective. Oh, it's skipped a bit. Before we do the 50K, I'll read back. Hi there today, official. Okay. It did. No, it is. Everything happened so fast. Absolutely. Okay. All right, we're going to continue right now. So if I missed anything relevant, Kay, if you want to pin it, I'll be happy to address it. All right, and the next person, before we continue, we are going to do that 50K giveaway. So I am thinking of a number right now. Hold on a minute before we begin. Just correct this. Going well, Antisocial. How are you doing today? Okay, excellent. All right, so before we continue right now, I am thinking of a number between, you're so welcome, Kay. And guys, please thank Kay for all of their help modding. Excellent. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 51. First person I see will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, stop. I saw it. I just want to make sure it's the first time I saw it. Melissa, congratulations. You got our 50K. That'll be available to you starting tomorrow. And we'll do that again when we get to 100K. In the meantime, we've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. And you can book private readings on my site. The number was 32. Our regular said he calls. Oh, our regular. Oh, they called it BS because they change the story every time. I keep on seeing like there's something about them identifying how it came together that is absolutely. Every time I keep on reading this, too comfortable. And even in the space by which they brought you around, the way that they were treating them, it's comfortable energy. Like it's not the first time. It's not new energy to each other. It feels like something that is restarting. You were really close. I saw that. All right, we're going to continue right now. Per, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Excellent. Dream on the disco. Okay, I don't mind length, but let me. I'm not gonna skip anything, but let me take a look at it. All right. All right. And before we continue with this dream interpretation, first things first, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hawk. Thank you guys again. We'll do that again after the next reading. And you guys know what we do when we got a dream interpretation. We got to bust out the dream coconut. But before we do so, I am going to pin up her here. Dream outside tea. I was sitting in a room in a cozy corner by the window with 2 women and 1 man. I was probably 15 years younger than I am now. The others were my current age. One of the women looked elegant. The other woman had shorter hair and had a casual vibe. She was clearly a friend of the elegant woman, or at least knew her for a long time. She was not sitting at the table, but instead sat casually on a poof nearby. Her overall vibe was more relaxed as well. The man, elegant lady, and I were sitting at a round table. The man was dressed in a black dress shirt and he had black hair. I remember thinking in the dream that the man and I were dressed similar. He sounded intelligent. In fact, all of us were. The man, I had no direct communication with the elegant woman in the dream, and I was not able to see her face, unlike the other 2 characters. We were all about to start working together, and the elegant woman seemed a little hesitant to work with the man, though there was no clear reason for it. At some point, I realized that the man was very reliable, based on the following scene I was showed. There was some kind of storm, and he was sitting outside, perhaps even on a small boat, in front of the house. Behind him was a large glass panel, and he was holding everything steady, as if he were anchoring it all in place. He felt like a rock. The window of the house behind him shattered under the force of the wind, yet he remained there, facing it with courage. It's hard to describe, but it gave me a strong sense of stability, like a solid foundation. Later, I found myself in a different location with the same group of people. We were at a public casual eating place with picnic tables everywhere. The casual woman with short hair said to me, "The man is the elegant woman's husband, but she doesn't know it yet. We're about to tell her." I remember thinking, wow, what a twist. I felt excited to see the elegant woman's reaction when she would discover the truth, but I didn't stay long enough to witness the moment. I'm not sure whether the following scene was connected to the previous dream, but it felt like it was. After hearing the news about the marriage, I went outside and found myself at a gas station. In the bathroom, I covered my face with a dark green foundation. The problem was that it looked very uneven. I kept trying to blend it in properly, but I couldn't get it right. It didn't really make sense. Who would walk around outside with a deep green face without attracting attention, patchy or even? Outside the gas station, there was a man with his son, who was about 7 years old, and the child was behaving quite annoyingly. Can I please get 4 cards, please? So it's a dream about divine counterpart. And what we're effectively seeing, and one of the things we have to recognize is, and you got to hand it to your guides, because your guides are showing you some things from their perspective. And what do we effectively identify that we see in the context of the first part of this dream? You said you're sitting in a room in a cozy corner by the window with 2 women and 1 man. And you said that you were probably 15 years younger than you are now. And the others were your current age. One of the women looked elegant. The other woman had shorter hair and a casual vibe. And she was clearly a friend of the elegant woman, or at least knew her for a long time. She was not sitting at a table, but instead sat casually on a poof nearby, and her overall vibe was more relaxed as well. And the man and the elegant lady and you were all sitting at a round table. The man was dressed in a black dress shirt and he had black hair. And you remember thinking in the dream that the man and I were dressed similar. And you said they sounded intelligent. In fact, all of us were. You said you had no direct communication with the elegant woman in the dream and you were not able to see her face, unlike the other 2 characters. So what do we effectively identify that's occurring here? All of these individuals we see, all of the 3 women in the dream space are you, okay? You're doing inner child healing in the dream space. And we can see the fact that you're doing inner child healing in the dream space because you are occupying the space by which you are sitting at the table with your higher self, which is the elegant woman whose face you can't see because you don't know who you are yet to become. You just know that you're a lot more elegant, right? And why would you not be more elegant? Because you're becoming more and more yourself. You're becoming much more confident. And we also see the place that you're occupying now, which would be identified as the person that you saw on the poof. That is actually where you are at the present time. So the person on the poof with the shorter hair and a casual vibe is the aura that you're currently giving off at the time. And you have to be separate from it because the guides are helping you by putting you in the perspective of the inner child healing so that you can see yourself, right? The beauty of a dream space is that you can see yourself a little bit more clearly. So anything you thought about that woman on the poof, congratulations. That's you doing an aura read on yourself right now. That's how you come off, okay? And here's the thing about it, right? The person at the table with the elegant woman, when they said to you, and this is the funny thing about it, the man who was dressed in a black shirt and had black hair, he was already with that woman. Okay? That's why they were sitting at the table together. And you said you had no direct communication with the elegant woman. You can't because that's your future. You can't talk to your future self yet. But you're all working together because in the dream space, time often collapses on itself. So you're seeing yourself in all the different modalities by which you're effectively occupying. And I would be very curious as to whether the clothes that you saw on those individuals felt like they were old or felt like they were new, because there might be a little bit of past life work that's happening here as well. And if there's something that felt old about the clothing, then I want you to be very specific because we might be able to entail and understand where that past life connection is coming from. Because this is clearly a healthy karmic. But if these clothes seemed unrecognizable, then it's an understanding that you were seeing yourselves in the context of the future. Now, it's interesting because you identified the fact that the elegant woman seemed a little hesitant to work with the man, though there was no clear reason for it. Now that's intriguing, right? And you said at some point you realized that the man was very reliable, based on the following scene you were shown. Now this is where it becomes a shadow work dream. Ready for this? Because you identified the fact that there was a storm. And here's this individual sitting outside of the storm, perhaps even on a small boat, in front of a house. And behind him there was a large glass panel, and he was doing everything to hold things steady, as if anchoring it all in place, and he felt like a rock. And the window of the house behind him shattered under the force of the wind. Yet he remained there, facing it with courage. And it's hard to describe, but it gave a strong sense of stability, like a solid foundation. Now, this is what I like about a guide, because a healthy guide will never tell you what to think. They will show you what you need to know to get there. Okay? So what the guides are basically showing you is the shadow work, the portion of shadow work that you are still working through to heal the intimacy wound in terms of coming into connection with your divine counterpart, which is seeing the woman that you are in the future, right? And then seeing that person that was sitting there, and the inner child self, embodying the inner child, right? Looking at those two and saying, what's wrong with that person? And the silent like, why are they resistant to meeting that person, right? Because they're about to work together. And the silent response that your guides gave you in answer to that question that the inner child was having in the dream space, by saying, this person is reliable. But also, what happens with energy that's reliable? It's tenacious, right? And what do you understand in terms of tenacity? The tenacity of understanding and recognizing the space by which, that's why they were protecting glass, because the glass means that with an energy like that, there's nothing that you can hide behind, right? Nothing you articulate, right? You just saw it there. Storm isn't going to stop them. They're not worried. They're on a little boat protecting a piece of glass, even in the space by which a window shattered. No mind to them. They're focused on what it is that they're focused on. Steadfast energy can be terrifying, because it's the energy that doesn't allow us, that allows us to see ourselves with full clarity, right? Not in the space by which, it almost says to me, it's a type of energy that wouldn't allow you to self-sabotage if you tried, right? So the observation of someone bringing that type of clarity, that is what, and here's the thing that's important about it, when the guide said to you, right, they're about to meet their counterpart, they weren't talking about the person at the table. They were talking about the person on the poof. That's you, right? And you saying to them, saying to the higher self, why are they energetically resistant, right? What did they show you? They said, this is the nature of this person. This is their tenacity. This is their steadfastness. This is what you can expect. They're sticking around and they're not going anywhere. And what did you identify was the characterization point of the individual on the poof, right? This is the work that I can't answer for you, because again, my job is to interpret, to help you understand the self more. So the question that you have to ask yourself in relationality to this is how a situation with someone that is that reliable and steadfast may be impacting or affecting the observation of the individual who was casually sitting on the poof, whose overall vibe seems relaxed, right? Because it almost says to me that the intensity that that person is going to bring into a situation, it's like the guide saying, like, are you ready for this? Are you ready for someone that's energetically committed to seeing you, right? And seeing, not only seeing, and this is what we care about when we care about one another, not just seeing us, but seeing all of us, and still, right? And still not changing their direction for a moment. Not being frightened or not being frightened away by that, but being even more committed as they see more of you. bottom of the continuing into the dream, you identified the fact that you said that at some point, you said later you found yourself in a different location with the same group of people, and you were in a casual public place eating with picnic tables everywhere. And the woman with the short hair said to you, right? The man is the elegant woman's husband, but she doesn't know it yet. We're about to tell her, right? That is that person. The person who was saying that was you. You're the elegant woman, right? So this is you doing the inner child healing, right? To prepare for the future that inevitably comes forward, that brings you into the space of becoming the person at the table with that person. Because it's the observation of you bringing it forward towards yourself in terms of understanding or wrestling with any complex feelings that may result in you understanding the honest, like the steadfastness of an energy like that effectively changes everything in the space by which they're steadfast towards you. Now, in relationality to the following scene that you articulated was connected to the dream, you said it felt like it was. You said upon hearing the news about the inevitable marriage, you went outside and found yourself at a gas station. And in the bathroom, intimacy wound, you covered your face with green foundation. And the problem was that it looked uneven. You kept trying to blend it properly, but you couldn't get it right. This is you trying to work through having energetic jealousy for a situation like that. This is what's wild about that last part of the dream. This is you trying to be jealous in the space by which you're trying to paint your face green, but it just can't work. It's not working, right? you're like, because this is you trying to resolve what's still bothering you about that and the fact that you don't want it more, right? So the observation, you said you're trying to do it and it's like it looks uneven because it's just not in your nature, right? And so that is the observation, because you said it didn't make any sense who would walk around outside with a deep green face without attracting attention. Well, honestly, that happens all the time. There are people with deep green faces all the time. Okay, but it's the observation of understanding that jealousy is articulated in terms of desiring or aspiring for things. But here's the thing that's beautiful about it. Sometimes the things that we need delight us and surprise us in the recognizing of understanding what we were missing the whole time. And even in the space by which you identified that there was a man with a child, and the child, right? The child was behaving in a way that you found slightly energetically frustrating or concerning, is working through their inner child, working through their energetic healing, right? Because just as, and this is the combination of what we saw, where did that person find you, right? Where did that divine counterpart find you? That was the divine counterpart that was taking all of you, right? That was the divine counterpart that was accepting both the inner child, the present person, and the long-term energetic commitment of you, right? And in the context of understanding that, the reason that you saw them, you saw your divine counterpart with a child who seemed somewhat annoying, is working through the fact that when we are building into healthy relationship, we help each other with our inner child healing, which says, and that's the space by which you identified that there may be qualities and characteristics in their inner child healing that potentially wear upon you, but wear upon you in the best way possible. Because you have to understand the reason you see them at the gas station is the guide saying, right, that when we're healing the intimacy wound, right, that's going into the bathroom, be prepared to understand that in order to get where you need to go, which is the gasoline, right, you have to be ready to inhabit and accept all of another person, which is potentially the adult version of the self that you identified as the person at the gas station, but also the child that sometimes had a tendency, right? And this is what happens often when we're doing the inner child healing, right? Those things that sometimes get on our, like, wear upon us, but we energetically find, right? It's the work that we do that effectively creates a space by which we find those things that wear upon us beautiful and delightful, right? It's not the space by which we are dispelled by it, but the space by which we become even more invested in understanding and recognizing another person's many facets. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Papa, thank you for the follow. Dream, let's go. Survey says that's a lot. I love poofs. Who doesn't love a poof? Yep. Yes. Hi there. Ooh. Oh, I wish you so much luck today, Rainbow. Enjoy. Lily, thank you for the follow. I am too much. She was very likable. And Ali, thank you for the follow. New clothes. Yeah, I will talk to her future self. Just give her a few more dreams. Yes. She will. Even her higher self doesn't want to be on her bad side. No, 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 you are not. Get that out of your head. What I'm basically, I mean, like, it's what I'm basically identifying there is it's working through the context of being able to understand and recognize oneself in the context of all of your phases, right? So what we're seeing basically in that first part is the observation about you kind of working into the context of building into the space of one's own facets, right? And so that's why they were almost articulating and showing you in the gas station section, saying be prepared to have to navigate another person's facets as well. Because just as you have to remember, you were seeing yourself in the inner child there, your inner child, right? The 15-year-old younger self was there too. So too will their younger self be there as well. Yeah, the individual on the poof knew they were married. They were very calm about it. Because that was them getting ready, or being in the space of, like, that's you, like, seeing how prepared you are. Hi there, Kailash. Yes, they, the elegant woman and the man. Kailash, these are donation-based readings. We just finished the free collective for the day. So we've got one more spot available if you'd like to be on the list. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. Oh my gosh, this is weird, but it's weird for you. Right? That's the thing about it. Like, you're trying to understand why you aren't more excited. And the understanding, it has to do with the anxiety. Like, that's why there's that clear glass there. Understanding with a relationship like that, there's nowhere to hide. There's no part of the self that another person isn't going to want to see. Thank you, Real. The child had a tantrum, right? So potentially seeing some of the inner child healing that may result in them encountering you as well. I saw Counterpart's face. Again, very different look though in comparison to the tornado dream. I need to point out, like, and I have to understand the quality and condition by which we see faces before we meet someone. There could be something by which the guides are trying to obfuscate that to a certain extent to help you build into the space of not being expectant in terms of how another person looks so much as how they feel. You're so welcome, Per, and thank you for having that reading with me. Hi there, Soulful. Happy to read the list again, Stella. All right, let's continue right now. The list we have is we've got Melissa next, Bridget, Hannah, Stella, Kath, Kimoy, Nicole, and one more. We got one more spot open before the list will be closed. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. Next person on the list for today is Melissa. Melissa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got one spot available before the list will be closed. Also, friends who are joining us on the Clock app, we're at 54.1K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. Hi, dear. You sent the info and you sent me a DM. Okay, which one? Where do I go for the information? Do I go there or do I go to the P or do I go to the D? Do I go to the P or do I go to the D? Okay. Absolutely. Hold on a minute. Is it the same message? Okay, I'm going there. Thank you, dear. And just a reminder, guys, if you have information that you feel is relevant or necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes. When you send the donation, you can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Bridget, you've secured the last spot today. The list is now closed. If anybody else would like to secure a spot on the list, we will be offline tomorrow and returning back on Wednesday, so you will have first priority if you'd like to get on the list for today for a reading before we start the daily collective tomorrow. And let me just pull up. Let me just pull up here. Hold on. Just bear with me a moment, dear. All right. Just 1 second. Hold on, I have to pause live for a moment to be able to do this. Okay. Thank you guys for your patience. Okay, 1 minute. All right. Got it. Okay. All right, where are we? All right, Melissa, I got your question here. I got you, dear. Oh, sweet. Okay. We'll keep this inside. It sounds like we need a little bit of energy, we need energetic reading. My dear. Okay. There's more info in the DM. Well, where's the DM? Did you send it? Wait, where'd you send the DM? Did you got to tell me, is it on the Clock app? I just need to know where you sent the DM. Okay. Yeah, just bear with me because sometimes it's a little challenging for me to get on there while I'm live. Hold on a minute. Please hold. Guys, thank you for your patience. I'm just pulling up the information related to this read. There we go. Okay, got it. Oh, okay. Okay. No, it's a good note. So there might be a little bit of, would you like, I can try to split it in terms of understanding and recognizing what was happening there versus what was happening in the, yeah, I get it. Okay. I think it's relevant. I'm glad you brought it out. Okay, good. Do you want me to communicate? Yeah, are you, like, I can keep, do you want me, can I communicate the dream part? Or is it all inside tea? It's entirely up to you. You had a relative come to me during a reading the other day. Oh, did you? Was it yours or was it theirs? Okay, and Melissa, are you confirming that you're okay with me sharing the dream part of it? Okay, perfect. The dream can totally be outside tea. We got some dream tea. I'm going to pull out the coconut. All right, before we continue, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. Oh, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. That's wild, Lucas. I've had that happen before. It's curious about why that occurred, though, isn't it? All right, let's get to it. Okay, so we've got half of this is going to be a dream interpretation. So dream interpretation. In a dream, first things first, dream coconut whenever we've got a dream. In my dream last night, I saw a black cat that passed away outside in the backyard of a house that we were determining to purchase. I don't know if this has anything to do with my reading, but I can send, yeah, but it does, because you're doing an energetic read right now, and it has to do with some of the energy you're currently experiencing. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Mel? Guys, make sure to give Mel some love. 2 more, please. You know what I'm basically seeing here in relationality to what's happening is I feel like you, to a certain extent, are working into the context where you are getting better at something. And the space by which I see that you're getting better at something has to do with working through the context of navigating. I keep wondering, situations that you would have been just fine dealing with previously that are now building into the context by which they are irritating you. Okay? And that's effectively as a result of I feel like I see you. Okay? I want you to understand, all of these problems that you're talking about feeling right now are a result of you becoming more professional. Right? And the modality by which you're becoming more professional is the space by which I see that you're holding your time more preciously. So I effectively identify a situation by which you're holding your time more effectively, and you're experiencing something that in the past you would have been fine with, but now is potentially getting under your skin or potentially irritating you, because it is articulating or defining what like what feels necessary versus what feels like an unnecessary inconvenience, particularly and especially as it requires you to move more slowly through something, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like it's best articulated with the feeling of navigating something that is up in the air where it shouldn't be. Because I almost feel like I see you. Like I almost feel like I see you trying to do something effectively, right? Like I almost see you like waiting, like I almost see you waiting for something to come down, but then feeling the frustration of having to move very quickly once it does. And so everything I'm identifying that I'm determining that I see you doing there, and I want to describe this. And I think that this is a continuation of something that I've been reading for you for a long time, which is there's no, everything that occurs is a positive lesson. I want you to think about that. With every inconvenience, a sharpened lesson leads one to expertise. And so I feel like there's something very significant and important that's potentially happening right now. And I keep on getting, it's working into, right? It's potentially working into the context of you doing something in such a way that doesn't feel like you have to act or move instantaneously, is what I keep on seeing. So I want you to think a little bit about that. And it has a lot to do with that dream, because you identified the fact that you said that there are a lot of small things that are potentially bothering you right now. And the observation, okay, the observation of you potentially articulating that in the dream space, you observed or you recognized the space by which you identified a black cat that had died outside of a house that you are looking to purchase, is often amplified and articulated upon what it is that you put what it is that you put your energetic commitment towards. And the best way I can describe this is it says to me that often the space by which we attempt to put our best foot forward is amplified and articulated in not desiring to create a space by which we are energetically overburdening one another, right? It's the context or the observation by which we recognize and identify that we try to create a sense of easement for one another, not in the space by which something small energetically spoils something. So in a way, the observation that you are having in terms of and it's interesting too, because I feel like there's a little bit of shadow work here, which is understanding that whenever we are working through something, then we let go and we energetically surrender upon our own fear-based mindset. And it's very curious. I don't know if there's something that's happening right now related to those situations or circumstances that you're waiting upon, where you may feel, I don't know if there's a situation by which you feel like somebody is waiting to confirm something with you, because of their, I keep on getting, because of their own superstitions, is what I keep on seeing. That there's something about, like, it's interesting that I keep on seeing, because there's something very superstitious about that dream, or the feeling that you said, that things are both in the air, and it's driving you frustrated, it's making you frustrated, because it's like you're anticipating and waiting to identify what's occurring. So I almost feel like, I'm not sure why, but I feel like this is you having to say to another, right, that the space by which, like the space by which we plan ahead of time doesn't energetically spoil things, so long as it allows us the context of being able to be ready and prepared to do something. And so I feel like this is, I want to describe it. I feel like that is you potentially taking this moment or opportunity to articulate to another the window that you need in order to effectively prepare for something, because the space by which you saw, right, the space by which you saw that the energy of the cat that was effectively unaliving in front of the house that you were prepared to buy, which has to do with the space by which one feels energetically frustrated in the context of having to do something at the last minute, because it doesn't allow you to be able to be at your best, right? It doesn't allow you to be able to work through something in a way that allows you to energetically perfect or prepare for something. And so that's why I keep on seeing that the communication that was happening in the dream space is saying that something about saying to another person that, I don't know if this is a space by which you have to say to someone, like, I almost feel like the guides are saying, like, you have to say to someone, I need to know where I'm going, or being able to visit a place before you shoot, right? Because the shooting, right, like, that is you saying that it's like the guides are giving you a solution in the dream space in terms of how to resolve it, because they're identifying or articulating to you that if you need to go somewhere so that you can be energetically ready to shoot, then it requires you to be able to know ahead of time when and where something is occurring. So it almost feels like the guides are trying to bring a solution to a situation as it relates to waiting for information, versus you saying to another person, this is what I need in order to do something as effectively as possible to prevent, right? To prevent you shooting the wrong thing or at the wrong angle, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, bottom of the deck. It's interesting because, yeah, it feels to me like, I love it. I love it. I was waiting for this, because you have to see in this card, right? Like, that is you determining the fact that you can help another person through something by articulating your own vulnerability or your own inconvenience, which is not the space by which you demand something from another, but you tell somebody, you reveal to someone the vulnerability so that you can articulate and say to them, like, look, I can't, if this isn't what I have, then this is, just be prepared for it not to be the best, right? Like, almost helping them understand what they can expect if you don't have what you need in the time by which you need to receive it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for Wednesday and you will be the first person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. I need to pause for a moment. I'll be off tomorrow, Nicole, but I should be back on Wednesday. The next person on the list for today is going to be Bridget. If you could let me know, Bridget, if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question. And I just need to step away for a moment and we'll continue the read. Just with me one sec, please. All right. Excellent. Thank you for letting me know where you posted it, dear. And also, friends, we're at 55.5K likes, 555. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Okay, 1 second, please. And Bridget, I believe you said you posted on the disco. Is it in the general? Can you tell me what section it's in? I see it. Never mind. I found it. Hold on. Wait. Bridget, Bridget, can you confirm if you sent a donation? These are, yeah, I just want to confirm if you sent, I've got 2 Bridgets on the list. So, Bridget, if you're, thank you guys. Please make sure that you don't put the full name. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. The apps don't like hearing the other apps' names. So please remember that if you are going to state where you sent the donation, just an initial is absolutely fine. Okay? Thank you, guys. I got you. Okay, so the second Bridget, I believe it looks to me like you are the one, like I believe you got on the list you were the final person that was on the list right now. So we're actually reading for the other, we're not reading for the Bridget that sent over V. We're reading for, we're reading for just before Bridget. Okay? So, yep, exactly. Yep, thank you for confirming. So just to be clear, Bridget, I'm going to read the list for anybody who's on the list right now to confirm the order. So just bear with me 1 second. Yep. Okay. So the list we have right now is we've got just before Bridget. So just before Bridget is next. And then we've got Hannah. And then we've got Stella. And then we've got Kath. And then we've got Kamoy. And then we've got Nicole. And then B. Bridget. You are the second Bridget to be read for. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for helping us clarify on that. So B for Bridget. Bridget, we are doing outside tea. And before we continue right now, and we're doing a dream interpretation. Excellent. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition chat. With an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Raven. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. Oh, official, that's so kind. I'm so glad they're enjoying the readings here today. Thank them for me. And Kiki, welcome. You saw a penguin. How you doing, Alyssa? All right, we're going to get started. We're doing a dream interpretation. You know what that means. We got to bust out the dream coconut. Guys, I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Make sure to give Bridget some love. Outside tea. I can't fully recall the details of my dreams right now, but I'm very aware of distinct energies that were present. I'd like to explore what these energies represent. One felt like my ex, another felt like my counterpart, and there was a third energy that feels new in this life, but not new on a soul level. In the dream, it felt familiar, almost as if I've known them before. The energy was very flirty and deeply connected, what I would describe as soulmate-like. What I'm trying to understand is, why are these specific energies showing up in my dreams right now? What does this indicate that I may encounter another significant soul connection before meeting my counterpart? 4 cards, please. Right. Okay, you transverse. That yawn was related to the dream, because I did not feel the need to yawn. But the yawning, like the yawning is what I'm getting, has to do with like the longing. Like the yawning has to do with the longing, which says to me, be conscientious. It's like like a perfect example actually happening here. Perfect. We kind of summoned the energy that I'm seeing here. I'm actually going to leave it there for a minute, because if you guys can see what's happening right now, right? Like I couldn't have said it better myself. So an observation on that, right? The modality or the experience by which another person tries to come towards you to scratch an itch. I keep on getting scratching an itch is not a manifestation goal, right? Somebody who wants some of your time doesn't want the same future as you. So I feel like the message is coming through, and this is why the dream was more of an energy dream, which is being like, I feel like the energy, the guides know that you are working through energy so much right now that you're able to effectively attenuate between the difference between an honest to goodness soul connection, right? Like there you go. You got it all there. Like the guides are basically helping you. The reason you can't remember faces here is it's an energy dream. So the energy, like the guides are basically showing you not the space by which you feel it, but not the space by which you see it, but which you can attenuate the feeling of it. Which is, like you said, you couldn't remember anybody in the dreams, but you could certainly feel them. That's you going, that one, oh yeah, that's my ex, right? You being able to recognize the unhealed karma, right? Like you being like, oh yeah, that feels like the unhealed karma right there. Okay, cool. You got that figured out, right? You got that one, you got that navigated. Another felt like your counterpart. That's interesting. You haven't met them yet. But there you go. Look at you. Like just right as rain. Don't even need to meet them. You already know what it feels like. That's how quick you were able to pick up on it. You've never met that person yet, but you know what it feels like. You said, would you identify? There it is. And then as you were moving towards that energy of the counterpart, what's that? What's that little lingering energy right there? That third energy feels new in this life, but not new on a soul level. That's interesting that you said that. Feels new in this life, but not new on a soul level. In the dream, it felt familiar, like you've known energy like that before. And the energy was flirty and deeply connected. What I would describe as And this is what I want you to understand. Soulmate like. Now, what is the important word to identify in what you said? Soulmate like. Soulmate like. What's that like word? There's no liking in a soul connection. There's no liking in a soulmate connection, because soulmate like, there's no like about it. Like sounds like something replicating, right? Like the word like means replicate, close, but not that, right? And this often happens. We often see this in the space by which another person is building into a healthy energetic connection, right? Because it's the energy, like when you're attracting energy in the right direction, there's something that feels potentially close to it. But, and this is what you're going to potentially notate. Was there a little bit of cringe there? Was there a little bit of cringe? And I think it's interesting because I keep on hearing the thing about it is your connection to your counterpart. So that doesn't say to me that there isn't cringe, but it's cringe in the best way possible, right? Because I've got all three of the energies here, which is the modality by which this is the past relationship, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if this is a situation by which everything was fine so long as you were doing all the providing, right? Like this is the past connection that you had, which was everything was fine so long as you were doing all the providing. This is probably the relationship that fell apart when you tried to make something energetically balanced, okay? This is the authentic soulmate connection, which is the energy that plumbs the depths, right? This is the energy that I feel like you're going to feel cringy because the energy is going to say to you, there's nothing about you that I find cringeworthy, right? It's often, I feel like it's a space by which you're going to get to know yourself deeper, because I keep on seeing like this is a lot of the energy that says where you go, I go. Like there's nothing about you that I don't want to see. But then you've got that other energy there, right? Something that feels familiar, but not necessarily in a positive way. And I wouldn't be surprised. I keep on seeing, be conscientious. The word you have to be, your watchword on that is like. The way you'll know that energy is if they say, I don't like that, right? I don't like that. I don't like when you do this. I don't like when you do that. Because I keep on getting understanding, right? Your energy, I keep on getting the message from your counterpart is your counterpart loves everything about you. That's not to say that you're perfect. That's not to say that there aren't things that you're going to be working through together. But the modality by which they identify, there's nothing, I keep on hearing like doesn't enter the vernacular of your counterpart. But you'll hear the word like over and over again in relationality to someone that's trying, I keep wondering, somebody that potentially feels somewhat familiar to you, but is trying to identify and say, if you would change just a little, right? If you would change just a little, right? Then I would like you even more, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Right? It feels to me like it's giving me a little creepy energy. Right? It's giving me a little bit of creeping energy, because the way you'll know is because they have no respect for boundaries. Right? Like somebody who articulates that their preference your person. And often energy like that, like you'll often see energy like that, especially in the space by which you identified the fact that you said it was like flirty and deeply connected. Like someone who tries to articulate the fact of saying like, I just feel compelled, I just feel drawn to you, right? Like, oh, like a lot of that, like I keep wondering, like a lot of that energy that tries to articulate the fact that they feel deeply connected, but not operating in the context of what you yourself aspire or desire to, right? Like I feel like I feel like those are the guides familiarizing you with some of the energy you might encounter as you're moving closer to your divine counterpart, which is somebody that, like somebody who potentially like articulates upon, and I keep on hearing like will never enter the picture with your divine counterpart, which is somebody who potentially identifies and says, oh, you're perfect, except I don't like, I keep wondering, like somebody's like, oh, when you do that, like when you do this, like I just keep on getting like a lot of that picking apart energy where another person is like, you just be perfect if, like, if, like picking you to pieces to say, if you just did this, the connection would be perfect, right? Like a little bit of that type of energy. And I feel like there is something about you having dealt with that in some kind of past life, which is why you're already like you. It's interesting that you identified the fact that it felt familiar, but new, right? It feels new in this life, but not on a soul level, which is somebody that it's something that you might not have necessarily experienced before, because you often see energy like that when somebody, and I want to point this out, this is like a new thing that's happened. It's the energy that it's the energy that tries to convince themselves that they're deeply connected by trying to articulate that everything is an illusion except for the self, right? Like it's somebody who tries to articulate that everything, right? Like it's like I keep on getting, it's like that false construct of spirituality that's really just like the ego driven journey of someone being like, oh, like all of this, like there's nothing more catastrophic and gross than somebody who tries to articulate that all of this is an illusion, because it's the space by which another person tries to articulate the fact that they're deeply connected, but really they literally don't believe in anything but themselves, right? And so I feel like that's why you described the fact that you said it feels new, because that is new, because it is literally somebody that tries to connect deeply to something from the past, but by trying to erase the fact that anything exists beyond their own personal facet. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for Wednesday, and you will be the first person read for. You'll have priority, which means you'll be read for before the daily collective begins. Next person on the list for today is Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. I don't need another test. Oh, sweetheart. But I don't think it's going to be a test, because I think it's your ability to attenuate that even in the dream space means you're able to effectively see the difference. Hi there, Salma. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for joining us. Yes, I know. I'm sending you support, Bridget. Yeah, scratching an itch. The new one didn't feel bad. No, I don't think it's about the fact that it feels bad. But I keep on seeing that the thing you have to be conscientious about is the word soulmate like. Like is the word to be conscientious about there. Oh, Salma, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. I hope that there's something here that you're receiving that helps you feel fortified as you continue forward. Holding space for you. Thank you for also connecting to that, Nicole. Yeah, but that's like, yeah, no cringe, just dangerous. So you even identified it. That's why I keep on seeing the danger upon it. Plunges the depths, write that down. Yeah. Like bad for me, flirty but goes nowhere. Yeah, again, like it feels a little bit like time waster energy that like I was picking up somebody who literally just sees this experience as entertainment instead of being purpose driven. And Arshad, thank you for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Thank you for that hashtag, Nicole. Yeah, but I feel like the thing about it is, and I think it's interesting too. Um, I want to describe there's an attenuation point that I'm seeing there that um, I feel like it's interesting because you're seeing too. I'm seeing a separation point between somebody that's energetically connected to that individual as well is what I keep on seeing. So there's something to pay attention to with that as well. Okay, so the X was definitely the creepy energy. Thank you for confirming. Like they want to mess with it. Understood. I feel like we're gonna dive. We're gonna put a pin in this too, because I think that there's more to explore there. That's interesting. Okay, that's really. I'm getting some shit. Yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit about that, dear. Yeah, when we do our reading. I got you. And we're doing, hi there, Hannah. You're so welcome, Bridget. I really want you to write down any impressions that you have. Oh, I know what's happening there. Oh, hold on. Yep, hold on. 1 minute, gotta put in your book. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, of course. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. 1 sec. Yep. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. We'll get into it next time. Yep. It's a side. Yeah, we'll bring it up in our privates. Yep. Okay. Perfect. No, I don't write it backwards. Yeah. It's on a need to know basis. Yep. You're so welcome, Bridget. This often stuff like this happens when I'm doing mentorship work. So I've been getting a lot of downloads for Bridget because we've been doing mentorship. So, yep. Yeah, hold on a minute. Okay. Yep. All right. Hi there, Chloe. The list is closed today. We are going to be doing 1-card readings for superfans if you'd like to become a superfan, or you can send the donation and you'll have first priority on Wednesday when we're back to be read for before we start the daily collective. Okay. And Hannah is up next. And where'd Hannah go? And before we continue, we're doing a dream interpretation, but let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. Okay. Got it. And before we continue right now with this dream, I do want to give a trigger warning that there are some themes in this dream related to loss and substances that might be triggering to those who might have experiences with that. So please be conscientious about that. If you need to step away for the duration of this read, that's totally understandable. We will get started though. Before we begin though, I will bust out the dream coconut. Ooh. Hannah. This dream has some trigger warnings. I don't mind if it's shared, but just to pay attention to it. I had a dream that I was at an AA meeting in a church. But inside the church, there was also a grocery store. At some point, people needed to get groceries. So I followed a friend of mine, and she needed to pick up cream, which was down a dark aisle. On the other side of the aisle, there was a fence, and behind it, a dark cemetery. I felt shocked that a cemetery was inside the church like that. I went back and told everyone, but they acted like it was completely normal. After that, I was eating tacos with my family, and for some reason, we had to choose our tacos based on calories that determined what kind we were given. Then I was with this coworker and her baby, and we were bonding over motherhood and talking about everything she's going through. I watched the baby for a bit, and then I was trying to leave the church to get home, and I'm pretty sure my son was with me at that point. We were trying to cross the street without getting hit by cars. I wandered into another room in the church. In that room, people were using substances. Somehow, I accidentally got involved. I either got injected with something or took something without meaning to. After that, everything felt chaotic, and I just wanted to find more and more. I also remember feeling like I completely lost control after taking the substances. I ran away and started doing things that didn't feel like me. I remember self-harming and cutting a line down the right side of my body. People found me lying on the side of the road, basically unaliving, and they were judging me. I remember wondering why. A minute. Okay. All right. I remember why I was feeling like that, and then why it wasn't that I remember wondering why I was feeling that way when it wasn't that bad of an injury. And then my mom and my stepdad were with me and asked why I would do that. And I remember feeling misunderstood. Can I please get 4 cards? And 1 more. So the dream is effectively a shadow work dream. And the dream has to do with being able to recognize and identify what creates a safe space. Now, what's interesting about a safe space is that when we find a safe space, everything is as it appears to be, right? It's the space by which we understand that we found energetic sanctuary, in the space by which what we find within is exactly what we expect to find when we are outside of it. And so the dream itself, and it's important to notate that when we're having a shadow work dream, it helps us process trauma that we've already experienced. So everything that we see that is occurring in this dream space is effectively identifying something that has already happened to the self in one way, shape, form, or fashion. The dream itself is visualizing it and contextualizing it in a way by which you can fully understand in a comprehensive way exactly the full breadth of what you are healing from. And this is being articulated for you not only in the context by which we see that you find yourself in a church, but you find yourself in a church, in a group meeting that is specifically oriented to help others on their healing journey. So the context of going into a space that is meant to be a safe space with the context of healing, already knowing that one has a vulnerability. However, what do we find instead of finding what you would logically expect to find in that location? What do we find instead? We don't see anything. We don't see absolutely anything in relationality to the meeting that was the premise by which you entered into the church. You're not in there doing anything related to your healing journey. What do we see that you're doing? You're getting groceries, right? You're getting groceries for others that are in need of it. And you identified the fact that you said that you followed a friend of mine. You followed a friend of yours in there because they needed to pick up cream, which was down a dark aisle. But you're also recognizing the fact, why are you shopping for groceries in the context by which you're supposed to be in a church, right? So we already see the fact that even in the space by which you're looking for supplies, there's already observation that this isn't the same space that you recognized it to be when you first entered it. And then we see it transforming even more, because not only is it feeling more like a grocery store, but we see the fact that you identify that there's a cemetery inside the church, because it's the observation of understanding that if this is a situation, and I would be there is something very important that we have to identify here that you did not indicate. Did you feel that you had to pay in order to get the food from the store that was inside the church? Because that would be the observation of potentially recognizing a situation by which you are working to heal, because another person tried to identify the fact that they were giving something to you for gratis, right? Like there was something that should have been open and available to the self, but instead you identified the fact that there was a price or a cost energetically affixed to it, which is why you found the cemetery in the church, because it was the modality by which you recognized a situation by which another person tried to identify that something they were doing was energetically a free offering, but then the bait and switch that potentially occurs in the space by which another person says, would you like this? Oh, no, wait. No, I'm actually not here to give you healing. I'm actually here to try to get you to buy something, is the space by which you recognize the dead sanctuary, because it's the modality by which another person's energetic intentions don't feel directed towards healing, but more about the prioritization that has more to do with the act of purchasing. And this is further amplified in the space by which you said, right, the sanctuary should nourish. The sanctuary should nourish the soul gratis, right? A true sanctuary nourishes the soul gratis, which is the modality by which it's something that is done in a way that is energetically sustainable, but in a way that one leaves feeling more fed than when one entered, right? But what do you find in that space? Instead, you then saw the fact that you were eating with your family. And in the same space that you were in, you felt that you had to choose what you were eating based on calories that determined what kind you were given. So potentially also recognizing a situation or circumstance by which it felt like there were different, right, different nourishments depending upon who one was and what you needed. Now, this is important, okay, because, and again, the important thing with a good guide is a good guide shows you things to be able to understand something, which is the observation that to a certain extent, the space by which you saw that there was something that was being given to you, but in the space by which another person was determining what kind were given and needed, could potentially have to do with the energetic portioning of calories, which is the identification point of recognizing that it is not unusual to understand in a sacred space that we all find different things there, right? But the beauty of a sacred space is we don't need to necessarily be there for the same thing in order to find the same nourishment, right? So there's a calibrating moment that we see that occurs in this dream by way of that understanding, because, and it's interesting too in relationality to the fact that in the space by which like the space by which everyone was getting different things, it understands, like that's the beautiful thing about a sacred journey. Everybody receives what's needed, and it's not necessarily based upon the same for everyone, but the nourishment that is needed to in order to affect what was determined, or what was effectively the desire in terms of what is in need to be healed, right? Now, you then identified the fact that you are, and that would be comparatively different from the experience that you identified of the grocery store, which is feeling like somebody saying, what do you want? Right? What do you want? Instead of saying, this is what you need, right? So there's a little bit of that modality of working through the difference between the two feelings that you found there to help you identify and recognize what feels nourishing, right? Which is someone identifying what is effectively needed in a situation versus another person that identifies the fact that they're there to heal, and then they try to effectively have you, like you're there for a whole different purpose, right? Or the space by which you feel, right? And I want to point this out, it's not the fact that we don't help each other, right? Because you identified the fact that you saw a friend there that needed to pick up something, but it's the modality by which it shouldn't be your responsibility to help your friend in that space if you and them are there for the same healing, right? It's the space by which we help each other, but it's the help that feels reciprocal. You then identified the fact that you said that you were with a coworker and their baby, and you were bonding over motherhood and talking about everything they're going through. And you said you watched the baby for a bit, and you were trying to leave that church to go home, and you were pretty sure that your own child was with you at that point, but you identified the fact that you were trying to cross the street without getting struck by a car, which is also talking about the energetic frustration point that one may have experienced in a situation by which you build, right? And I need to point out that the thing we recognize in the dream space has to do with, often in the space by which we see vehicles in our dream space, it has to do with navigating connections. So often it's difficult when we find ourselves in spaces or places where we recognize what could be identified as a trauma environment. So something that doesn't necessarily feel healthy, but then we build bonds of friendship there, because it's often hard to extricate ourselves because of the passing cars or the way by which another person might get their wires crossed and take the departure personally. You then identified the fact that you said that you wandered into another room in the church, and in that room you saw that people were doing substances. Now I just want to point out the observation that this is now completely antithetical to what you expected when you first entered that sacred space. The place by which, and this is what we often see with places that are not what they appear to be, right? The space by which another was trying to heal you from feeling energetically addicted to something. But by the end of the dream space, you see that everybody that's in that church is actually doing substances, and so much the fact that you yourself got hooked to something without meaning to. So this could be in the modality of understanding the fear-based mindset that often arrives in a non-sacred space that creates a fear of what's outside of the space, which would be the cars that you saw that were flying back and forth upon the street, that potentially, when that fear takes over, it makes you act in ways that would potentially shock or surprise the self. So we see that that's basically what happened by the end of the dream. You were acting chaotic, and you just wanted to find more and more, but you also feeling completely lost after taking that, right? Because it's the observation of understanding and recognizing that fear is a powerful drug. And when we recognize that fear is a powerful drug, then we're very conscientious of those that try to put fear in us instead of nourishment. And that's why we identified the fact that you basically identified what it feels like to be in an environment that tries to build connection through a fear-based mindset, which says, right, we have to take care of ourselves in here because it's dangerous out there. Look what can happen to you. You're safer here. And the modality by which you felt that you had to take something more and more because you felt chaotic, right? Because it's the fear that they instilled in you that then made you feel the energetic fear when you were anywhere else beyond the place that was inside that space. And then you identified the fact that you said you ran away and started doing things that didn't feel like you. And you remember, again, identifying that you were harming yourself and lying down on the side. And you said you identified that you harmed yourself on the right side of your body. And you identified that there were those who saw you, and instead of helping you, they were judging you, right? Which is, again, even more antithetical to what you potentially find in a sacred space, which is the modality by which, when we're in a space that's supposed to care for us, the space by which another sees us harming ourselves would articulate and require an intervention, not a point of judgment, right? So it's the observation, and often you'll see this with those that build into a fear-based mindset. They'll instill fear, they'll instill fear, they'll instill fear. And then when you let the fear get the better of you, they then effectively cast judgment on you because they articulate, you become the example of what they identified others should be afraid of. And that's why you remembered wondering why you were sitting there, basically, you know, you know, like moving away, and you identified that it wasn't even that bad an injury. It wasn't that bad an injury, but it was the neglect that you were experiencing in the context of receiving it that told you everything you need to know about the quality and the condition of the energy around the self. Because that's when you identified the fact that you said that at the end of the dream, you found, right? You found family there, and they were with you and asking why you would do that. And you remember feeling misunderstood. And again, this is potentially recognizing that when we have others that care for us, right, they don't come into the space of judging. They come into the space of a desire to understand and know. So the comparative similarity between the difference of an environment that potentially working to heal from an environment that was perpetually traumatizing you to such a point that you effectively felt like it was taking a unhealthy toll on you, and then the energy articulating that you needed their help even more, even though they were the cause of that pain, versus the healing that you potentially recognized or identified with energy that cares about you, that instead of judging you in your moment of vulnerability, tries to understand, particularly even in the space by which you yourself feel misunderstood. Bottom of the deck, this is the amplification of seeing how far you've come on your own healing journey, because this has all happened to you. You wouldn't be dreaming about it if you haven't already lived or experienced it. So your ability to effectively identify a situation like this, these are the guides recontextualizing something that you went through so that you could heal it in a different way by understanding and feeling like, I keep on hearing the internal wound that you visualize that helped you understand the way, like the true form of how others should have effectively navigated or helped you at that moment. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow, Wednesday, and you will be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You're so welcome, Bridget. You're so welcome, Hannah. Hi there, Chloe. The list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, on Wednesday, you'll be the first person read for. We're also going to be doing one card readings for super fans in 5 readings. It was a good one. Yeah, she decided she didn't need the cream once we got to it, and I forgot that part. Well, that was potentially the recognition of understanding another that was like, you know what, this isn't the place for me. Yeah. Thank you for those hashtags, Nicole. You didn't even check out the store. You didn't check out the store. But it's the space by which, it's the important thing about understanding that when you went in there weren't others helping you. You were helping each other. Yeah, I love that about how we all need different things in the same space. You're so welcome, dear. Hi there, Funk. We do hear tarot readings. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Hannah. But no, you have to understand. You understand. It's energy that was the energy that wanted to stand on the sidelines. That's why it was a line running down your side. It was the energy. It was working through a situation by which you were harmed, and you saw energy that would rather cast judgment from the sidelines, which is why you had the injury on your side, because that is the trauma that you have observing the energy that stood on the sidelines as you needed help or support. Funk, I want to make sure that you're in a space by which you feel safe, seen, or supported. I don't want you to. I don't want you to contextualize. I feel like you're projecting something on an ex in relationality to what you're experiencing or feeling. Is that something that you've conjectured in your head, or is that something that you articulated? That did another person articulate that they did that to you? Because if another person did not articulate that to you, then you're potentially projecting harm. I want you to make sure that you're reaching out to someone and making sure that you're getting the support that you need, particularly and especially as it relates to the state of your own mind. Thank you for the follow, Funk. Again, if you don't have any evidence of that, Funk, I want you to make sure that you're reaching out to someone to understand why you would feel that way, and making sure that you're getting the stabilization, the support that you need in terms of understanding the quality and condition of recognizing the difference between you projecting a fear on someone that you yourself are experiencing versus what another person said that they did. And if another person did not say they did that, then you have to understand you are in a safe space. But if you're feeling like that, I want you to make sure that you're getting the support necessary to make sure that you are healthy. And that's reaching out to a caretaker or reaching out to a mental health provider. Thank you so much, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, we've got here Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And again, the list is closed today. Thank you for letting me know, dear. If anyone, again, just a reminder, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for Wednesday, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. We're also at 59.9K likes. When we get to 100K on the Clock app, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that. Make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. I have to stress in that I don't believe at this time a reading is the best thing for you right now, Funk. I want you to make sure that you're in a healthy state of mind before we proceed down any reading path. And we don't do readings here based on fear-based mindset, particularly and especially as it relates to projecting what we feel another person is doing to us without any logical reason or evidence for feeling that that is the case. So I feel like the best thing that you can do if you're feeling like that is making sure that you're getting the support that you need, potentially reaching out to a caretaker or reaching out to someone you care about and articulating to them what you fear or feel is happening so that you can get the support in the best way possible. Thank you, dear. You're welcome to stick around and listen to these messages if it helps, but I need to articulate, and also the list is closed today. Thank you. All right, the next person that we are reading for today is Stella. One moment, please. All right. And absolutely, Nicole, happy to read the list right now. So the list we have right now for anyone on the list is, Stella, Kath, Kimoy, Nicole, and Bridget. And once we complete those, we'll be getting into free one card readings for super fans. So just stick around if you're waiting for your one card. We'll be getting to one cards, I'd say, within the next 15 minutes. All right. Stella, is this inside tea or outside tea? And before we start Stella's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the sow. We will do it again after the next reading. All right. You're picking up, Nicole, you're picking up on the song that Stella referenced. That's why, Nicole, you're picking up on the song. You're picking up on the song that Stella referenced in her reading. Stella, if you want to provide the name of the artist that you articulated in your message in the comments, but that's where it's actually interesting. You weren't picking up on the animal oracle. You were picking up on the song that's wild. You were picking up on the song that Stella referenced. So let that serve as confirmation on the angelic reading that we're about to get started on. There's some confirmation. I'm just going to say it again. Right? Healthy intuition leads to miracles. There's a perfect example of that. Okay. And I'm going to pin up Stella here. Guys, make sure to give Stella some love. All right. Hi, I saw angel numbers today again, like 7 times for real. I was calling a friend and I told them about it. And then again, I saw a car with 5555. It's a bit crazy, actually. And I had a physical glow up. And I did have another time with an angelic message related to a song that was playing on the radio. Goosebumps again. What are the angels trying to tell me? Can I please get 3 cards for Stella, please? Highest party messages. You know, it's interesting, but I keep on seeing that there's something that's coming through in relationality to what you're seeing, that it feels to me like you've healed. You're moving through, and you've come through a very heavy energetic cycle, and it's a continuation. And I want to describe this. Sometimes the best, like, it's a continuation of seeing some kind of situation or circumstance by which I identify. And it's funny too, because you've got 2 different angelics around you. Because there was, like, I see, and the thing about it, and it's a little bit complicated to articulate, but these 2 angelics, they stand in very close proximity to one another. And it says to me that there was something about them energetically conferring about a situation or circumstance that they found you in, and having to make the energetic determination of knowing and identifying what they recognized was the right course of action, but having to effectively identify the fact, like, and I want to describe this best. The angelic energy around us is there to support us, but it's not the space by which they can sometimes resolve or change the quality or condition by which another person makes selfish choices. And what I'm basically identifying is the fact that they saw you in some kind of quagmire. They saw a situation by which you were energetically surrounded by selfish energy, is all I keep on seeing. Energy, I just keep on seeing a situation or circumstance that it feels about 7 years, where basically a lot of energy saw you as a means to an end instead of an energetic person. And so I feel like they keep on articulating that they had to make a determination at that point to cloak you in a shroud of despair. And I keep on seeing the fact that they identify, and I literally see them having a conversation and saying, if this goes the way that we hope it will go, the day will come by which they will understand why that was necessary, is what I keep on seeing. And it feels like it was a very painful choice on behalf of the angelic energy that had to make that determination. But I keep on seeing that a lot of the energy basically working through that, like I keep on getting, it's like it almost feels to me like they're basically trying to articulate that it wasn't their intention to make you go through that, but it was the only thing. Like sometimes I keep on hearing, and this works. This is like, let this just be a point. Like angelic energy doesn't have it easy either, right? Like sometimes when you're dealing with like different, like drastic circumstances require drastic measures, is what I basically keep on seeing, right? And I feel like even in this space by which they had to have you in that energetic space, I keep on seeing the fact that it was painful to them, right? Like I literally see the fact that it was very painful to see you having to experience something in that way, but understanding that shroud of despair, I keep on getting the shroud of despair was moving you through a circumstance that would have been a miserable experience, right? I keep on getting them, like it's a very attenuated message because I keep on hearing a portion of a shroud of despair to save a lifetime of misery is what I keep on seeing. Like that. Oh, I gotta write that down for you. There we go. And I feel like, and in relationality to that, I feel like a lot of the observation that that you're seeing right now is basically amplifying and articulating to you, right? I feel like this is them. Like, I feel like this is them seeing you having moved through something and articulating to you in that moment or in that instant. And you understand this, like I can see that the fact that this is what, like, this is where they hope to find you, right? This is where they like, and it feels a little bit like, I feel like a lot of that energy is like, you know what I mean? Like there's a little bit of that energy here that feels, like it feels somewhat like them just kind of waving, because I feel like the reason that I feel like the space by which they're waving you on, and I want to keep on identifying it. Sometimes, and I often feel like this happens, like sometimes we're looking at angelic numbers and being like, what does it mean? And it's like, it might not mean anything so much as it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, sometimes it's just like, it's like, it's a little bit like, I want you to think of it a little bit more like that. And especially, and especially in the space by which you see, and I need to identify the fact that you said that you saw 55555, because, and you have to understand, 555 is 5 is volatile, right? Like five is volatile, which is like, and I want to describe, like, especially with the fact that there were 5s there, is like when I'm seeing 5s around angelic being like, you know, anything to survive, right? And I'll describe this. Sometimes an angelic will be like, I'm getting you through this. Like, doesn't mean it's gonna be pretty. Like, doesn't mean just like it's kind of like it's giving me a lot of that, like, the only way out is through kind of energy in relationality to that. And so I feel like, if anything, there's something about the expression by which you're potentially feeling a lot of that energy, which feels like the expansiveness of experiencing or articulating some feeling of deep relief, particularly and especially as it relates to the fact that not only are you experiencing that, but the fact that you're aware of the fact that they didn't desire you to have to bear that. But like, I just keep on seeing, right? Like, it's not the fact that they ever would have aspired to see you in that point of despair, but they were trying to save you from something that would have been even more despairing. I want to give you the bottom of the deck on this, something to keep in mind going forward. There's that 5 energy, confirmation on the 5 energy. And I like to point out, like, often, like, the thing with the angelic energy is angelic energy likes to deal in the context of synchronicities, because even and I want to point out, like, even in the space by which there was an incredible synchronicity that we saw before we started this reading, which is the observation of the fact that you articulated to me the connection to an artist that you heard on the radio that made you feel goosebumps. And even in the space by which, as you said that, literally somebody else in this chat actually predicted accidentally through their animal oracle guess the artist in question that you identified, right? The connection between the space by which you identified the song by Robbie Williams and the fact that another person in the chat said, I'm seeing a robin and a wren, right? This is what we see when we're working into the space of confirmation, which is saying, like it's the space by which they show us something that's profound and beautiful, built upon the synchronicity that basically says, right, everything happens for a reason, even if we don't necessarily understand it. And sometimes it takes, as long as we're moving with intention, sometimes it takes a little time to see that often what we consider a mistake ends up to be our most profound blessing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for Wednesday, you'll be the first person read for. You also have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, friends, we're at 60.3K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Also, if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, please remember that your paid membership there entitle you to the same benefits that I've stated for subscribers, including the 1-card readings, which will be starting in 4 more readings, so in about 40 minutes. I'm going to take a minute to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. That was wild. I do understand. I love that you write things down for me. Well, again, sometimes it's, I often keep these for those, like, especially when I'm doing a lot of readings, it's important for us to be able to take note of important messages. Yeah, they wave in every corner. Yep. Yeah, what does that mean when I saw all the numbers 7 times? Well, there was a heavy point of 7, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was the context by which it feels like there was a period of 7 years that they had to keep you in that space, which is like a really long time. But I keep on seeing, like I feel like it's the energy that said like better a, like it's the same message I was getting, right? Better a limited shroud of despair than a lifetime of misery. Yeah, yeah, exactly. She sees us, guys. She sees us. Say hi. It's like that. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, dear. I heard on the radio. Oh, I don't know what that is. That's very funny, though. Oh, you're talking to your guys at the time. That's funny. Good shoe store. I switched the station and song. Oh my God, are you kidding? That's so wild. So you were on the radio. You heard on the radio as you were telling your guys you heard a story a first store called Good Shoe Store, and then you changed the radio and Footloose started playing. That's great. That's funny too because that means like good soul, right? Good soul, right there. That's great. I love that. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, friends, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for Wednesday, you'll have priority and be the first person read for. Ella, the list is, yeah, I can absolutely, I'll add you first for Wednesday. I got you, Ella. Hold on a minute. And you will have priority on Wednesday, which means if you choose to do so, you can be read for before we start the daily collective. Let me just mark you off here. If anybody's on the hold list and would like to claim a spot for Wednesday's reading, you can also just let me know. All right. We've got Ivana. We've got 4 more readings before we start 1 card. All right. Next person we're reading for today is Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Second call for Kath. If Kath is not here, we're moving to Kamoy. I'm looking for Kath or Kamoy. Kath or Kamoy, if you're here. Can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Second call, Kath, Kamoy. Kath, Kamoy. If Kath or Kamoy are not here, then the next person on the list for today is Nicole. Oh, pause. Kamoy's back. How you doing, dear? Kamoy, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question? And while we wait for Kamoy's question, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the swan. We'll do it again after the next reading. And Kamoy, if you've posted your question, I haven't seen it come through yet, so you might need to rephrase it or put periods in the space of spaces between the words. I got it. Kamoy, I would like spiritual guidance regarding navigating a situation with an individual. I got you, dear. I'm going to pin you up here, guys. Make sure to give Kamoy some love. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. 3 cards, please. How long has this been going on? Because I see some kind of situation here. Yeah, like the thing about it is like, I want you to be very conscientious if it seemed like everything was fine and suddenly it feels like it's not. Things should be getting more serious right now, not less. And I want you to be very conscientious if it feels like somebody, who is like I keep on hearing, getting very temperamental for no apparent reason. And I want you to understand right now, you're not doing anything wrong. Commitment issues usually arrive around the 4-month period, right? Because I feel like something is moving out of the honeymoon phase. And the space by which we identify or recognize things are supposed to be moving deeper. I want you to make sure that you're having healthy conversations upon what your manifestation goals are. Because I see somebody who absolutely loves your energy. Like I see somebody who's absolutely captivated, but captivation does not a manifestation goal make. I want you to write that down. Captivation does not a manifestation goal make, which is the space by which another person is enraptured by us or captivated by us, doesn't change the quality and condition as to whether they want the same things as us. So I feel like you need to make sure that you're having healthy conversations in terms of what the next step or the next direction of the relationship is. And specifically, and I need to point this out clearly, you have plans ahead of time with this person, or you don't have plans at all. You are not in a relationship where you have to feel like you have to sit on a wall and wait for another person to let you know if something's happening or not, especially at the time by which you should basically you should be moving into the space by which you should have some kind of routine. So if there's like, don't let somebody compartmentalize. Don't let somebody get overly compartmentalizing in a space by which you should be energetically deepening. Because I feel like I see somebody, like I keep on hearing the difference between another person saying, this is a sweet spot, and another person articulating the discomfort that we feel has to do with being able to understand and recognize, and especially if there's distance between you and them. I don't know why. If it feels like, I don't know, if it feels like somebody who can come over to your house anytime, I don't know, like somebody who can come over to your house anytime they want, like your door's always open, but theirs is always closed, is what I get. You know, make sure that there isn't something about mismatched standards as it relates to how we have access to one another. Because I don't know why, but it feels like somebody, and sometimes you'll see this, like someone who truly doesn't desire an enmeshed relationship will always be very eager to make sure that we don't leave anything somewhere, right? Like it's giving me a little bit, like if somebody is trying to articulate to you not to get too comfortable, then I want you to be very conscientious, especially if it's a space by which you are letting them be as comfortable as possible in terms of their own ability to come towards yours. So I think that there's something really important about that. Because the truth is, and I feel like often when I see energy like this, it can feel very confusing. Because the modality by which I see somebody, right? Like if somebody delights in us, they want more of us, which is the space by which they're energetically respectable. I keep on hearing they respect our schedule. And the one thing I want you to be conscientious about is if you're being respective of another person's schedule, then you deserve that as well. That's not you being demanding. That's you asking for mature reciprocity. So if there's some kind of confusion as it relates, I keep hearing like unnecessary confusion as it relates to consistent plans, right? Remember that we build into relationships so that it can be safe to assume things, right? And often, I keep on getting, often the way that we start to recognize that something's wrong is when another person gets upset at us for assuming something that any reasonable person would assume given the context of what is going on. Bottom of the deck, make sure that you're having a healthy conversation about what you mean to one another, right? Like a healthy relationship has a name. And it's a name, a healthy relationship has a name. And again, you'll often see energy with commitment and issues try to articulate, like, don't listen to anybody that tries to go into that context of saying like, oh, I don't believe, like somebody who tries to say like, oh, I don't believe in naming things. That's usually the sound of someone who wants something profoundly unhealthy. Because the thing is, names have power because they help us define to others what we mean to one another. So especially if this is someone who has confusing energy around them, or someone who has or someone when you say like, who is that person? And they always like, especially if someone refuses especially if it's okay for you to be alarmed if you're literally see a situation by which you're building intimacy with someone and they identify the fact that they don't want to name something, and then you see a bunch of strange energy around them, and then you say, who are these people? And they say they're friends, and then you being like, am I also a friend? Because you'll see, I keep on hearing, you see the technicality by which another person potentially conducts their life in the space by which they have confusing relationships that they don't potentially clarify, that makes it very convenient because they can change the shape and the nature of the relationship to suit the purpose of the moment rather than building into healthy boundaries. Recognize that those with boundary issues are not the space. Boundary issues are often not articulated by someone who is insisting upon something, but rather someone who refuses to energetically name something because it allows the convenience for them to call it, to put many different names on it, depending on what feels like it suits the moment or situation. It's not immature to ask for that clarification. And if another person gets upset or tries to articulate the fact that they feel that you're pressuring them, remember, we're never pressured into things that we want. We're never pressured in things that we want. So if you're moving towards something that another person articulated that they desired, and they're articulating that they're pressuring them, take what they say as value. Say, okay, clearly you don't want what you want. Clearly you don't want what you desire, because if you desired it, you wouldn't feel pressured about the fact that it's arriving to you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed today, but if you would like to get on the list for Wednesday, you will be the second person read for. You'll also have priority if you get on the list today to have priority before we start the daily collective tomorrow. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I do need to pause because I need to close my blinds because I'm experiencing a bit of glare on my phone. So just bear with me and I'll be right back and we'll continue. You're so welcome, Kamoy. Sending you so much support on that journey. That's much better. Excellent. About 4 months. Thank you for confirming the time I was seeing. That's exactly how it feels. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, they've been great for the most part, but the moments of inconsistency have been the biggest issue. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. And sending you so much support on that journey. And I keep on hearing, like, when you're able to identify inconsistency, there should be a reasonable explanation connected to it. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list, I'm still looking for Kath. If Kath is not here, Nicole, you're the next person that we're reading for today. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And for those who are waiting for one-card readings, we have 3 more readings today before we get started on one card. So I'd say about 20, that would be about 30 minutes before we get started on the one cards. It might be shorter because we might have only 2 more readings today. So I'd say we're going to be starting the one cards within the next 20 to 30 minutes. Excellent. Second call right now for Nicole. Second call right now for Nicole. Second call right now for Nicole or Kath. Second call right now for Nicole or Kath. If Nicole or Kath are not here, the next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're Bridget, if you're here, pause, please, Bridget, please pause. We've got Nicole back. Nicole, thank you so much. We're doing a pet mediumship reading. Sending you so much support right now, dear. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. I'm going to pin up Nicole here. Guys, make sure to give Nicole some love. Can I get 4 cards for Nicole, please? Highest party messages. So I've got a very specific message that's coming through. And the message that's coming through on this I'm hearing somebody articulating the fact that they've known, like, there's a lot of guardianship in connection to this energy. And they're giving me the space by which they identify themselves as a warrior. And the thing about them being a warrior, and I often see this when I read for pet guardians that identify as warriors, is that when one identifies what is needed in a situation, then one understands that I feel like somebody was struggling in the space by which they felt that you needed, like, you need more energetic protection at this time, that then they themselves could provide. And the reason I'm articulating this, and this always, it's really interesting because I often see this, like it almost always happens when I'm reading for cat energy, because cat energy has a the best way I can describe it is often when I'm reading for cats, they have a very diaphanous relationship to their form, is the best way I can describe it. Is like, and the reason I identify the fact that I see that sometimes there's cat energy that has a very diaphanous relationship to their form, is that I've seen cat energy that will shrug off, right? I've seen cat energy that will shrug off a form so quickly, like almost in the blink of an eye, if it feels like the form isn't fitting the situation. Like it's like that to a certain extent. And what's interesting about it, hold on a minute. Like the message that's effectively coming through is I see some kind of energy that has every intention of coming back towards you. But I almost see them, like I feel like I see them articulating upon the fact that they want to be in the most helpful. I keep on getting, like, it's the guardian energy that says, I want to be in the form by which I feel that I can protect you best, is what I keep on getting. Because I feel like there's something in relationality to that, especially like this is giving me a pet energy. And again, I'm like, they're very gallant, because they almost identify you as like in this moment as like a damsel in distress. And what's interesting about it is I see somebody, like I almost see an energy that is not articulating upon a desire to leave so much as the space by which they say, I'll be back in it. Like I almost hear the energy going, I'll be back in, like, just give me a, like I see the energy going, just give me a minute, right? Like it's giving me like the energy, like it's literally, it's giving me some kind of energy that is actively, like they're working in spirit, like immediately, like to immediately come back, is what I keep on getting. Like I've got this, this is a lot, like that energy, like that's why I'm getting a lot of that fox energy here, because I just keep on seeing that something about something about what they just like, I feel like the thing about it is they feel like you need, like they feel like you need, it's interesting too, because they're saying they feel like you need a bigger protector, but that's not the space by which they're identifying the fact that they don't think it's them. I feel like I would not be surprised if this energy is looking to come back towards you in the form by which they're saying like, oh, this is much more suitable for what what they feel that you energetically need at this moment. So it's interesting because I literally, like, I want you to understand, I don't see somebody, like, and I know this is going to sound a little bizarre, I don't see somebody departing right now in spirit for you. I see somebody who stepped into spirit to search for something, is what I keep on getting. You know? Like I see somebody that's like, I got it, like the only way I can find this is if I go over there. And if I come back, I'm just not going to look like, I feel like I see them going, I'm going to come back, but it's just, I'm not going to look the way I did before, is what I keep on getting. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because It's always the cat. It's always the cat. They just, they've got a much more, I don't mean to be laughing about this, because I understand, like I can feel the weight, like I can feel a lot of the weight that you're potentially feeling in the gravitas of that loss. And I would not be surprised right now. Look for this energy in your dream space, because I keep on seeing that there's something about this energy, and I just wanted to show you here. Like this is them walking me through the observation that there's something about the fact that when they first chose to come to you, they wanted to be in a space by which they didn't take up a lot of space. You know, like it's really interesting. Like it's very selfless energy. I see someone being like, I'm just like, I don't want to be a burden. I want to do, like, I'm here to help you. And I feel like they were here to help you emotionally through something. But I feel like this is them almost identifying, and especially with that tier here that we're seeing with that Ace of Pentacles, right? They've made the hard decision to step back into, right? Like to step back into spirit, but they're stepping back into spirit to be able to come back towards you in a form, like in a form that they feel would be of better service to you at this time. Because I just keep on getting the fact that I keep on hearing, just like they see themselves as your protector, right? Like it feels to me like this energy has followed you. You've had some kind of karmic connection to this energy before. And I keep on seeing in the space by which they identify themselves as a protected energy. I feel like they're not really discerning. They're not really discerning upon, like they're not holding. I can almost see them saying, like, I don't know if they feel. I feel like they tried to communicate this to you in some way. Like they're almost articulating. They're like, this is not goodbye. You know, like they're saying this is not goodbye. This is like, I'll be back in a minute. Like, and for them, they're going, I'll be back in a minute. But like a minute. It's like, I feel like they're saying, like, I'm just getting changed, is what I keep on hearing around something, which is the space by which I feel like I see somebody that's what I meant in terms of them searching or looking around for something, because I almost see them saying to themselves, like, I feel like, I don't know if they were very small, but I see them trying to get bigger. Which is saying, like, and I feel like that's like them being bigger by being like, this is what this person needs at this moment to feel safe. So I'm going to effectively, like, I almost feel like that's them potentially articulate. They're articulating, like, when I read for energy like this, they're not articulating the fact that they're staying in spirit. They're saying to me that they're actively working to transform in spirit, to be able to come back in a way that feels like it's more appropriate to what you effectively need at this moment. So I almost feel like I see somebody that can feel your pain around something, right? Like I see someone that can feel your pain around something, but they're almost articulating the fact that you're gonna recognize their energy in this life again. I just keep on getting a bigger, like more in a form like this one. Is that, I mean, like it feels very literal. It feels very literal is what I see, right? Like they wanted to get into a space by which they felt, by which they felt more it's I don't want to say more warlike, but it is interesting because they keep on identifying themselves as a warrior. So I almost feel like this is them saying, like, they want something that they feel that they can be more protective towards you around. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nicole. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common. And I'm also getting, and this is why often with this, like, there's nothing that could have been done. I need to stress this. Like don't worry yourself for an instant about whether there was something you could do different, because I just keep on seeing, like, they're amplifying the fact that I keep wondering, this was a choice on their part, Like this was an intentional choice, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you would like to get on the list for Wednesday, you will be the second person read for. Please keep in mind, for those who are waiting to have one-card readings, we have 2 more reads today before the list will be closed. Before we get started on the subscriber readings. So just be patient and we'll be starting on them momentarily or in a few minutes. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I know, yes. Why do they have, I know, they're often, cats are often drastic. They do. Yes, I hope so. I'm so shattered. Yeah, I keep on seeing, it's like, I keep on seeing someone that's articulating that this is not goodbye. This is a see you soon. And very soon, it feels like. Yeah, I felt very ill back when I read about her loss. Yes. She's my absolute counterpart. She understood me in ways I can't put into words. It's hard to wrap my head around it. She comforted me and she was everything I had left. Yeah, it feel like, I gotta tell you, everything I'm seeing here, like especially like with this 6 of swords, right? I feel like it's like they made some kind of choice here because they feel like it's best. Oh, thank you for confirming that, Bridget. That's very similar to what I was reading on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's 100%. Well, there's a reason for that, Bridget. We'll get into it. She's 100%. She was a cat previously, and again this time neither stayed as long. Yes. Oh, sweetheart. But this is what I remember when I no, this is what I meant. Remember when I articulated? Remember when I articulated the fact that this was intentional? Right? Like that was what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on seeing like there's no way. Like I keep on getting like that's especially with the fox energy. There's no way that would have occurred if they didn't intend it to occur, is what I keep on seeing. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Absolutely, dear. I'll hold it up for you again. No, I know. Because here's the thing about it. I'm seeing, and again, I can talk to you more about it. I feel like they were in a situation by which they did not want you looking. They didn't want you losing your mind looking for them, is what I keep on seeing. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely, dear. I'm sending it like that was what was coming through. Like I just keep on getting like I keep on getting the fact that something they keep on saying it wasn't an accident, it was intentional. And Alfredo, thank you for the follow. I'm sending you so much support, dear. I know, listen, I did not have the opportunity to read upon the details of this before I started this reading, so I was not even aware that that was the circumstance by which it occurred. But I want you to understand that everything, like everything that was coming through when I was doing this reading was them articulating the fact that this was a choice they made. It wasn't an accident. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And thank you guys for supporting each other in these messages. I know sometimes these readings bring a lot of feelings up. All right, we're going to continue right now. It's a good, like, here's the thing. I mean, in relationality to that, the short answer is, like, in relationality to that, the short answer is that energy can come back in different forms. I've read for situations, in relationality to experiences like that occurring. Specifically, the best way I can describe it, if it makes more sense, is the best way I can. How do I describe this in a way that makes sense? It's not so much the direction by which one moves into it, so much as another can choose. Like, it's not like how do I describe this best? It's a little bit it's a little bit hard to explain, Yaz, but I've read for situations by which there are those who choose to come back as pet guardians, which is often, the best way I can describe it is, more often times than not, when I read for that, it's not so much, it's more someone who was human that comes back as a pet guardian, rather than the other way around. It's not to say that it can't happen, but it's more common from my readings that it happens the other way, if that makes sense. Let me know if that clarifies. And this is just, I'm just telling you, this is based on my readings and what I've experienced. That's not to say that it's not that it can't happen, but it's more what I see typically when I'm reading into circumstances or situations of that, in that way. I'm sending you so much support on this journey, Nicole, and I hope these messages help. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for right now is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to read for you on. And as I mentioned, for anybody who's waiting for personal readings, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for Wednesday, you can send the donation today and you'll be the second one on the list for Wednesday. For those who are either super fans or paid members on the place where we keep the videos, we will be starting free one-card readings for our paid members after the next 1 or 2 readings, so within the next 10 to 20 minutes. All right. And I'm going to, before we continue right now with Bridget's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the raven. We'll do that again after the next reading. And pinning up Bridget here. Guys, make sure you give Bridget some love. Can I get 3 cards, please, for Bridget? Highest priority messages. Okay, that flew out. And one more. Thank you. And one more. A healthy relationship is going to be as invested in protecting your peace as you are. A healthy relationship is going to be as invested in protecting your peace as you are, which means they're going to understand how hard you've been working to maintain it. And they're going to recognize or identify that they don't want to do anything to potentially trigger you or make you feel like you have to go back to an experience or circumstance again. And I think that that's really important as it relates to you feeling energetically comfortable about things. And the thing I want to describe, and the other thing I keep on hearing, is no two relationships are alike. No two relationships are alike. And in the space by which another person tries to compare a past relationship to a present is literally the sound of someone ruining a perfectly good partnership. Because I feel like I literally see you in the process of going through a massive healing journey. Maybe one that you don't even like, one that you're not even potentially inclined to talk about. And that's fine, because here's the thing about it. It's not always healthy to talk about something if we're not ready to talk about it. And the difference between understanding what's healthy to talk about and what we're ready to talk about is entirely related to our own comfortability in not feeling triggered as we talk about it, right? There's nothing more unhealthy in this world than somebody that continues to try to get us to talk about something that just perpetually triggers us, right? Because if you're in the space by which you feel actively triggered, right? If you cannot talk about something without being triggered, I'm here to tell you, you don't need to talk about that yet. You're not ready to unpack it. And your ability to navigate and articulate to another that doesn't mean, that is not you avoiding, right? That is not you avoiding a conversation, but energetically preparing for one, is the space by which we don't insist, right? It's a space by which we don't insist on having a conversation, because we have a word for that. Do you want to know what the word is when another person insists upon the fact that we need to have a conversation? That is called a confrontation. I want you to write that down. That when another person is perpetually insisting upon the fact that they want to have a conversation with us that we do not feel ready or inclined to have, that is somebody demanding a confrontation. So if they're doing that, make sure that you're calling it the right thing. That's confrontational. That's not healthy energy. That's confrontational energy. And there will be the most confrontational energy you will ever meet will be disguised as someone that tries to articulate that you're not being healthy because you won't talk to them after they themselves have hurt you, particularly in the realm of having a conversation with them. So I want you to recognize you hold those boundaries. You hold those boundaries. And I want to point out the space by which you know that they're boundaries is the space by which the situation, and you'll usually tell an energy like this, right? And I keep on hearing this, we don't hold apologies hostage. Write it down. We don't hold apologies hostage. And what do I mean by we don't hold apologies hostage? We don't hold apologies hostage, which says, oh, okay, I will give you the apology, right? Okay, fine, I'll give you the apology. I know I owe you, but only if you agree to these terms. That person does not mean that apology. Because if they know they owe you an apology and they're not giving you one, then that is someone that is using your emotions as their collateral. And when you see somebody doing that, you never need to speak to them again. You don't need to do it. You don't need to do it. We don't hold our apologies ransom. We don't say, okay, no, I know I hurt you. Yeah, I know I hurt you. Yeah, I know. And I want to give, yeah, I would love to give you that apology, but you have to meet me at sundown, right? I mean, like, okay, if you want my apology, meet me at sundown over here and I'll give you the apology. That, no, absolutely not. You can tell that person where to go. And I know it's frustrating because often, and I like to point this, often energy like that will try to twist it in terms of you being the unhealthy one and then being like, oh, they won't talk to me. You don't need to talk to someone to get an apology. If somebody wants to talk to give you an apology, they can just give it. Be like, I owe you the apology. Done. Look how easy it is. Doesn't require a lot of unpacking. And the space by which another person says that they want to meet with you for closure, there's never been a closing conversation in all of human experience. And 10 times out of 10, when somebody says that they want a closure conversation, they don't want closure, they want an opening. They don't want closure, they want an opening. You don't owe anyone closure. I feel like, especially in the context by which another person owes you an apology. And if somebody's playing games like that, that is your closure. If someone's playing games like that, that is your closure. None of the silliness, all of the healing. But often, energy like this will often get us all twisted up because they'll accuse you of being the unhealthy one while demanding things from you that are completely unethical, unreasonable, and specifically related to another person's desire to control situations or circumstances rather than building into empathy. Bottom of the deck on this reading. I miss you is not an apology. How could you leave me? And often the space by which energy articulates upon abandonment, I always see energy like this. Energy that identifies the fact that they've let another person down over and over and over again. And then when another person is dragging, if you had to move away from a situation by which you were dragging yourself away because there was not a bit of you left that could navigate something, you didn't abandon anyone. That was self-preservation. Don't let another person take your self-preservation away from what they were doing to you, and then try to articulate the fact that you abandoned them. Because that, when we care about each other, we don't identify the sense of love by saying, if you cared, you would have put up with it. No. We don't put up with things for love. We rise up for love. We do better for love. So don't let somebody try to articulate the fact that you let them down because you wouldn't put up with them, instead of them taking accountability for what they were putting you through. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a reading for Wednesday, you'll be the second person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading before we get started on one card readings for super fans and paid members on the place where we keep the videos. Hi there, Lori. These are donation-based readings. So if you become a paid subscriber, we will be getting started on paid one card readings for paid members, and also if you want to get on the list for Tuesday, we'll be doing full readings. For Wednesday, we'll be back to doing full readings. So you can get on the list for Wednesday if you would like a past life reading, and we can have it then. Thank you, dear. Thank you so much for the follow, XX. Yeah, I know the messages are flying around like crazy. Blessings to you as well, Logan. You're so welcome as well, Rizikat. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. I cut off a lot of unhealthy relationships, and it's been hard not to feel bad about it. You shouldn't feel bad about it. And I keep on hearing healthy energy is going to protect your peace with the same amount of priority that you do. And I hope these messages help. Thank you for also receiving that message, Sierra. And thank you for watching the live for 100 minutes. All right, final call for Kath. If Kath is not here, we're moving into one card readings for super fans and paid members. So if you are a super fan, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a super fan, just hit the orange arrow at the bottom of the screen if you're joining us over on the Clock app. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership entitles you to a free one card. Julia, one card on, ooh, the shark spirit animal that visited you in your dreams and waking life. It says to me, once you observe that someone isn't safe to share with, you don't need to share with them. Yeah, right? It says to me, especially with the Lover's card in its reversal, which is not the space, often the space by which another person, even in the space by which another person apologizes, right? An apology is a twofold process, which is the space by which we take accountability for something and then we change our behavior. So make sure, especially if you see a tendency of someone continuing to apologize again and again for something that they keep doing, it's okay or reasonable for you to build deeper boundaries in terms of stepping back from someone. I've got one card for Animal Spirit Guide for Julia. Yeah, the blackbird, right? Which is saying like putting distance, right? Building into the context of giving someone healthy distance and understanding that that is also you putting love into a situation because you're respecting another person's territory, right? All right, continuing right now. I've got one card for pieces. Observe, don't absorb. Observe, don't absorb. So be able to be in the context of being energetically aware of something and allowing that awareness, bottom of the deck. Yeah, you're exactly where you need to be. Right? No would've, could've, shoulda. I am, I hear. No would've, could've, shoulda. I am, I'm here, I will. I feel like you need to write that down. No woulda, coulda, shoulda. I am, I'm here, I would. So every time you start to build into this, the woulda, coulda, shoulda, I am, I hear, I am, I'm here, I will. Thank you so much for having that reading with me and sending you so much support in your journey. How you doing today, Ava? One card on Divine Counterpart. I feel like I see somebody that's putting the pieces back together on something. It feels like somebody who's finally kind of getting back to getting some of their time back on something. Yeah, they're healing or navigating a great loss. But I feel like I see somebody that's like working through the context of holding a space of gratitude for being able to be there with for someone is what I keep on seeing, especially with the water dragon. I feel like I see somebody who's going through a lot of emotions right now, but it feels like catharsis. Hi there, Esteban. Good to see you today. Alexandra, one card general, please. Whoa, these cards almost flying off the table. Don't let somebody get in the, like, when you see somebody that would rather listen to hearsay than talk to you, like, let that be your closure with them. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the seven of cups and its reversal. It's the recognition or the understanding in relationality to what feels, right? Like the difference between somebody that works to understand you versus someone that feels like they're perpetually like intentionally misunderstanding. Yeah, especially with the owl energy. Not like working into the space of building in a healthy way that does not require, I feel like this is you being profoundly patient in terms of what you're navigating versus being like situational awareness is a gift, because once we're situationally aware, we don't allow it to stress us. We allow it to inform us. So I feel like that's you potentially just being very detail oriented, that helps you build into a better understanding of what it is you're trying to do and how you're trying to do it. Thank you so much for the heart, Miss Julia. Absolutely. And Ella, one card highest, please. It's not your responsibility to chase someone down to make sure that they're managing their responsibilities, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, like, don't let another person try to project like their own, like, don't let another person try to project like their own lack of organization on you, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, especially with the eagle, right? Which is identifying or articulating that when we care about each other, we look out for each other. But I keep on hearing, but we look out for each other, but we don't insist upon the fact that that is all we do. And so I feel like this is like, you can't, I keep on hearing you say to somebody, you can't have your cake or eat it too, right? Like, you can't be in a state by which another person is asking you for space and then being upset when you're not reminding them of things because you were told not to, you were told not to bother them. One card highest priority, please. I feel like this is a continuation of that dream that we saw, which is you being able to recognize and identify and celebrate how far you've come or how much you've changed. Yeah, particularly and especially with the Hierophant in its reversal. Some kind of profound inner dialogue healing that you're having as it relates to your own perception on things, especially with that frog energy, right? Like, you being able to navigate and recognize your beauty through all of your phases, not like healing from some kind of cringe as it relates to your own, like, I feel like this is you letting go of some false opinion of yourself, or the fact that like something about you being difficult in some way, you know. Minnie, one card please on the changes that will come forward in a relationship when you go on your vacay. It feels like an emotional reset. And it feels like you and another person being able to be honest in relationality to what the future holds, or what you effectively identify there. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Justice card, right? Healthy energy does not take plans personally. Yeah, especially with the Raven. Recognizing and identifying. I just keep on hearing, when we care about each other, we respect each other's personal space. We don't take each other's personal space personally, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like it's almost a conversation between you and another person in relationality to navigating some kind of changes in the best way possible, but also being able to articulate upon, like, I feel like it's almost being able to talk to each other in a way that one did not feel able to, in terms of being able to be like fully, like, I keep on hearing, like, being fully invested in one another through those conversations. One card regarding the connection for, see, I feel like I see somebody that's like, it feels like somebody who's going through a lot of inner child healing on something. Bottom of the deck. Particularly as it relates to, like, I feel like it's almost like the observation of the difference between a a balanced relationship by which we navigate mutual responsibility versus working through experiences by which, like we never ask someone to hold something that we ourselves wouldn't feel eager to hold if the situation were different, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the blackbird. I feel like there's almost something there that another person is identifying as it relates to, I keep on hearing like when we care about each other, we check our gut reactions, right? Which is not, it's not the space, that's not being, I keep on hearing, that's not being dishonest, but it's navigating our honesty with a sense of empathy in relationality to how another person receives it. Nicole, one card, highest priority in relationality to that situation. I keep on seeing, like, it feels very, like, it's the same energy that I was seeing before, which is somebody articulating upon the fact that they facilitated upon their own choices. And I keep on seeing the, like, I feel like it's giving me the energy of someone, like, I almost feel like the space by which, I feel like the space by which another person is asking you to be patient, that something is going to be clear in time. Bottom of the deck, Queen of Cups. I keep on seeing somebody articulating upon the fact that something was not your fault, but the space by which they didn't want you worrying about what happened was why they chose to do something the way they chose to do it, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I keep on, I don't know, like, I just keep on getting the fact that they keep on putting, like, they're touching their own self, which is the observation of them saying they were always very aware in relationality to what was around them. So I keep on seeing, especially if you notice that they were very attentive, if something doesn't make sense, that's the reason. Animal spirit, blackbird, right? I keep on seeing that this is just a short window of time. You will see them again. Ava, Avatar, good to see you, dear. One card, highest priority, please. Don't be waiting on anything right now. Be productive. Just do the things that you need to do. And especially if you're waiting for another person to get their act together, you know, like, tell somebody, like, look, I appreciate it, but this is when I need to know something. Yeah, and especially with the water dragon, you know, I feel like, especially and particularly as it relates to doing something that you've had your heart set on, you can give somebody a heads up and say, like, look, you know, if you're not, like, I feel like it's you saying to somebody, like, anything that's not a yes is being like, okay, maybe next time, right? So I feel like this is you kind of working through something productively, but also, like, working through working through a lot of emotions as it relates to somebody, like not getting back to you in the way that you would expect, or feeling like not your responsibility to have to navigate a disconnect, especially if you're doing everything possible to try to facilitate a healthy connection as easily as possible. Ivana, one card, angelic, please. Yeah, I feel like this is a lot of the energy that keeps on articulating that you're very protected at this time. Even if it doesn't feel like that's the case. Bottom of the deck, yeah, Queen of Wands. I feel like it's interesting too, because I almost see a situation by which I feel like you're getting better at identifying the difference between energy that is supportive of you versus energy that tries to keep you in an anxious state. Yeah, the owl energy, you know, like, let your calmness is a gift to all those who receive it, and it's okay for you to make choices to preserve your peace of mind. Hi there, Estevan. Erica, one card for this week, please. Don't get in an argument with someone, especially if it feels like the argument doesn't make any sense. Yeah, ten of Wands, right? Like, if somebody's not being logical, you can say to them, please come back when you're making sense. You're so welcome, Ivana. right? Like that's all there is to it. Like when somebody isn't being logical, like don't get in an argument, just ask a question in relationality to what their intention is. Hannah, one card in career, please. I feel like I see you kind of doing something in a way that you haven't done it before, stepping out of your comfort zone, but in the best way possible. You know, like I almost feel like this is you fortifying on something by learning something or doing something in a way that you haven't before. Like this is you becoming multifaceted. Hi there. One card, highest priority for Esteban. Um, your feelings are a gift for those who receive them. Yeah, especially with the Three of Swords, right? Like your emotions are not a burden, especially if your emotions, like as long as your emotions have healthy directions attached to them, they're your shield, right? And if another person is giving you something that doesn't feel like it's helpful, like you can be polite and be like, look, I appreciate the sentiment, but this is what help would feel like to me at this time, and see if that changes what they're giving you to help you identify if that desire is authentic. Thank you for those heart knees, dear. Bridget, 2 cards. Hold on a moment. One moment, just reading back. You're so welcome, Esteban. Bridget, 2 cards on counterpart proximity, please. I mean, it feels like energy that's in your proximity. Like this feels very, very close. I do feel like it's somebody who's moved recently. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, 3 of Swords. Like I would be surprised if you're feeling like that sense of like their proximity feeling so close. Like let that reaffirm. Like I feel like it's giving me a lot of that energy by which it's like, like let it bring out the explorer in you is what I keep on saying. It's the same message I keep on saying, making sure that you're following your bliss at this time, because you and them share, I keep wondering, you and them share a hobby is what I keep on getting. Sending you support, Julia. Hi there, Salma. The list is closed today, Salma. We're doing 1 cards for super fans if you would like to get on the list, but make sure if you're not feeling safe, you're reaching out to those who are in your safety network to identify why you might be feeling that way. I definitely don't want you, we don't want you operating in a space of fear. So especially if it feels like that fear is just coming from, like, I keep on getting, if you don't feel like the fear is coming from a specific source, make sure that you're articulating to another that you're feeling that way, and not making hasty decisions based upon that feeling. You're so welcome, Gabrielle. Thank you for those heart me's. You're so welcome, Ella, sending you support. And thank you for confirming that 1 card. Highest priority for Gabrielle, please. I feel like I see you making new connections at this time, or some kind of new relationship that's starting to blossom. Yeah, make sure that you're giving something time to grow, which is like, it's okay to have a conversation about making sure that you and another person are on the same page. We can talk about manifestation goals without promising them to one another, especially with that Raven energy. Sierra, thank you for the heart knees. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Hi there, CP. No, Nicole, don't worry about it. You had further confirmation on the reading we did with the 4 of Swords and the Temperance energy, which is identifying and articulating, again, the space by which someone is identifying the fact of being at peace, that something that occurred was entirely their decision. And especially, you also had the Queen of Cups in its reversal, which was further amplifying and saying it wasn't your fault, it was another person's choice. Thank you guys for helping to relay that message. Yep, that's what I keep on saying. They did not, I know it was hard choice, but they didn't want you being like looking for them. Oh, I'm so glad, Esteban, sending you support on that journey. Hi there, baby. We don't allow these are donate, we're doing personal one cards right now for super fans. We don't put our autonomy in the tarot cards, which means we don't allow a divination method to make our decisions for us. We look towards them for insight on our decisions. You set boundaries this morning. It felt good. I'm glad to hear that. Yaz, I apologize if I missed your question. Just repost it. And baby, thank you for sharing for joining us. One card on healthy energy coming towards you for Yaz. It feels like it's coming quickly. Just continue. Make sure that you're making healthy choices as well, because I feel like there's something cumulative that's happening there. Yeah, especially with the Lovers card. I miss you is not the same thing as I want something from you. With I want the same things as you. Don't let this bear energy, don't let the bear energy interfere in terms of someone articulating that. Like I keep on hearing, somebody not being able to stop thinking about us isn't the same as someone taking accountability for what they owe us. You're so welcome, Bridget. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Thank you, Dada. So good to see you today, too. My friends, final call right now for any of my super fans or paid members on the video place where we keep the videos. If you have not had a card pulled today, just let me know. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. As I mentioned, we will be offline tomorrow, but returning back on Wednesday. If you would like to get on the list for a reading on Wednesday, you can get on the list today and you'll be the second person read for. You'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again on Wednesday. Have a great day, everyone.